Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Walk and Talk with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. I see there's some people saying that there's something weird with the sound. Is this still the case now? Just checking. Hmm. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Am I connected still? Are we still here? Can you hear me? Is it good? Sound good? Okay. That is good to know. So I was actually going to bring that up. Good thing that the stream stayed, because I completely disconnected from it and came and had to change things in OBS and quickly reconnect before YouTube closed the connection. So I was testing something that I've been working with my brother on. He has this thing called, we're testing this thing called Restreamer, which would like, it would be like an extra step on the journey of the stream, but it would enable me some more options. But I have been dreading testing this for weeks because I was afraid something would get in the way. On my end, everything sounds fine. In the Restreamer UI, everything sounds fine. But on YouTube, something's breaking. I would have to check with my brother what's happening, like what's wrong with that. That the fact that we have the start of the stream to go by means that there's like he might be able to go, oh, I know what the problem is, but we might also just have to like revisit it later, right? But let's try again. Good day and good evening, everyone, and welcome to not Robo-Kai, but actual Kai Walk and Talk. With me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai, not Robo-Kai. That's really important to me. I'm very glad you just said something immediately instead of just going... like, just keeping it to yourself, like, he sounds weird today. Right. With that said, hey Zaf, hey Saros, hey Gearhin, hey Tinali, hey Jen Monica, hey Violet Song, hey Gazel, hey Aradil, hey Gazel Dragoon, hey Leah, hey Bite, hey Cat, hey Abdullah, Mizunashi, and Agoni, Ilana, Sleepy Warus, and Rocky. Hope you're all doing very well. Forgot to turn on the voice changer to make you sound human. Also, hey Tristan, hope you're doing well as well. Right. So just reiterating the thing that was... yeah, let me just disconnect all that. I'm still here, yeah? Would be really funny if I close the second stream source and then it cuts me off. Hey Lixon and Jason, hope you're doing well. Lixon says the first rule of streaming is that someone will always let you know. That is good. I do remember a long time ago when I had a worse internet connection, there was this one time where I accidentally forgot to turn off this like cloud backup solution. Again, something my brother had set up, but that's not his fault. None of this is his fault. It's just he's so helpful. I forgot to pause that while streaming, and my stream just completely broke down, and someone immediately said something was wrong, like instantaneously, before YouTube noticed. Weirdly. Agony. Fair enough. I know that feeling, Agony. On Warcraft 3, I had a Battle.net account for years called... now, I don't know why I chose that, but it was supposed to be Doom Knight. I don't know why I chose that, but I forgot an N. So I was named this on, on Battle.net for a while. Just whatever. Doesn't matter, does it? No one will notice. Zav's first thing I did was restart my own things because I know my audio driver does that sometimes. Oh yeah, it sounded exactly like... I've mentioned sometimes, like a while back, that sometimes the audio just gets completely whack on my end and I have to change some things, and you guys don't notice a thing. It did sound exactly like that. So the big question is... what happened here? Hey, Yosteich. Hope you're doing well. The dreaded Doom kite. It's coming in from above. It's a burn. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's just a kite of doom. Right. Yeah, good thing that we caught it immediately. I wouldn't want to have streamed for a while with that going on at the same time. I think there was a question that came in while I was dealing with this. Is this to stand in silence before the walk and talk? Bite me says... you ever have a dungeon where the tank does more damage than both DPS? Just happen to be in an expert roulette and I think I'm decent as a summoner? Yes, that can happen. One way it can happen is also like if the tank is like full best in slot and you're not as a DPS, then it can very easily happen. Right. Walk and talk time. Yeah. Oh right, the party invite. Yeah, good thing we got that reviewed. If you hadn't said something, I would have brought attention to it anyway, because I would have asked if the delay was much longer than, or if the delay seemed longer than usual. But then, you know, something worse came up. I guess we'd have to revisit this. But yeah, definitely, the tank be like, the thing is, it might only be a few percent, but it adds up over time, and like it's a few percent and a few percent and a few percent for like each increment of item level they have above you. So, and then there's also the part that maybe the tank is playing, you know, if the tank is playing perfectly, and you're playing well but not perfectly, that can also cause there to be a significant difference. Right, the camera setting. Leah says, unfortunately, as a summoner, you can't really use the enmity meter to judge how well you're doing. Every demi-summon gives you a massive enmity boost. That is a myth, and it is incorrect. We've actually tested this on stream. Summoning Bahamut generates... Hold on to your hats, if you have any, or hold on to the table. 1 point of enmity. Exactly 1 point of enmity. We can... there's possibly a case where the healing provided by some of your summons and stuff could impact making your enmity more than what it really is, like slightly more than it really is. But broadly speaking, Summon Bahamut generates less enmity than the enmity generated by the Dragoon using Lance Charge. Yeah, the tooltip is extremely misleading. It says something about generating extra enmity, but what it really should, like, it doesn't really need to mention that. Like, what it's supposed to say is that it puts you in combat with the target, because that's the amount of enmity it really generates is enough to put you in combat, and to make sure that the enemy will fight you if no one else is there. Yeah, increases enmity in target. 1 is still an increase, I guess. Yeah, exactly. Technically, it's non-zero. But it is true that Summoner can have a misleading amount of enmity because of the healing it does. Which is also a little bit confusing, because I'm pretty sure that the healing from Everlasting Flight will generate 0 enmity because it's healing over time. However, the application of Everlasting Flight on everyone will generate a marginal amount of enmity because it is a buff application. Is this the wrong way? Nope. And Lux Solaris will generate a lot more enmity because I believe that's just straight 600 potency, right? So that one will really make a difference. Rekindle is upfront 200, I believe, and then, you know, a heal over time effect. But the key here, and I'm highlighting this because not everyone knows this, back in Endwalker, a change was made that made all healing over time effects generate 0 enmity. Which means, for instance, that a warrior using Equilibrium with their tank stance will generate a colossal amount of enmity because 1200 cure potency on you with a tank stance will be pretty big, and then the 1000 cure potency heal over time effect that comes after will do nothing. Is it 500? Fair enough. Also, hey Bondi, hope you're doing well. And Hayden, hope you're doing well as well. Demi does exactly enough enmity to prevent you from precasting it. Yeah, basically, that's the purpose of it generating one enmity, is so that you can't use it before you enter without entering combat. I don't know why you would I guess the reason you would want to do that is so that you could use it and then, you know, just off rip, just impulse immediately. But they don't want that. Agony says, where do you think job balance is at with regards to Pictomancer? Is Picto potency what all DPS should be, or does it need to be scaled down? Given, like, ultimately, if the game is balanced right, then it technically doesn't make a difference whether all the other DPS are brought up to Pictomancer's level or Pictomancer's brought down to everyone else in this way. I would say that the thing is, there's more to it than Pictomancer getting pulled down to everyone else, because there are jobs that are so far below that, like, they could use a hand to get up at the same time. So it's a complicated conversation, but I would say that as it stands, it looks like Pictomancer is, you know, it's a little too gifted, to say the least. As long as we have a situation where a large amount of players, you know, can suggest that Pictomancer basically generated its own quote-unquote role in a party as the Mega Burst DPS, and there's no other job that fulfills that role, then we kind of have a problem. Either we have a problem, or we need to, like, make that an actual role, right? Yeah, Summoner could, in particular, could also really use some help. Bondi says if they buff everything to match Picto, then FRU will be clearable with like 5 to 6 deaths per phase. You see, the weird thing there, Bondi, is if you look very closely at this, if you really like actually stop to think for a minute, Bondi, the way Pictomancer brings so much damage to the table on FRU, no other job can provide. So if everyone else was brought up to the level of Pictomancer in FRU, remember that I wasn't talking about FRU, I was talking about Pictomancer in general being a little strong. If you bring everyone up to the power level of Pictomancer and FRU, then you have to remember that the moment you remove all that downtime, then Pictomancer is going to be in the dumpster, because everyone else does way better sustained DPS. So if everyone else is boosted up to the point where they can compete with Pictomancer's optimal performance in FRU, then Pictomancer sucks everywhere else. So it's not that simple. Like, you think FRU will be easily clearable. The current Savage Raid tier will be absolutely steamrolled. Cats as the Jesse Cox. Z is funny to me for some reason. I'm not sure what it is that those bots are trying to get away with. I've talked about this before, that it seems like they, like, muck up their text to, like, possibly bypass some sort of, like, possible filter. Like, automated blocks and stuff. But this just doesn't make any sense. Bondi says people are already clearing Savage a minute before Enrage on day 2. Bondi, I don't know why you see that as suddenly justifying making it even worse. What I'm saying is, if you buff everyone else up to that point, that Pictomancer has, this precedent that Pictomancer has placed on FRU, if you buff everyone else up to that point, consider the following. Pictomancer's advantage in FRU is that it can spend that downtime on gaining damage. How do you make Viper match that? Viper will simply do a colossal amount of sustained DPS to match that, which means that if you put them both in M4S, then Viper, who's not super great in FRU because of all the downtime, then Viper will just be absolute god tier. Because it's like super good at sustained damage. So like it's not that simple. And being able to clear something a minute before enrage on day... Like, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing. The best players in Final Fantasy XIV, the players that beat the current, like the new raid tier in like a day or two, can beat it not fully maxed out in gear with time to spare. Is that a problem? Like, if you really think about it, is that actually a problem? Cat says, I don't think Picto and FRU is an issue. Drafting should be a part of doing the hardest content. That's also a good argument. Pictomancer being insanely good in FRU basically is the equivalent of preparing as part of the battle, which is like old school like MMORPG stuff. Like, you make sure you brought your food buff, you make sure your gear's up to snuff, you make sure you have burst potions, you make sure to pack your Pictomancer, because Pictomancer's really good here. Like, things like that are also good arguments. It's something that Final Fantasy XIV hasn't really had in this degree before, but previous raid tiers has also had jobs that were, like, excluded because they weren't good enough, and jobs that were included because they were particularly good. It's just that Pictomancer is that good. Pictomancer is him, right? In that specific encounter. People usually roast you on a spit if you suggest that certain jobs aren't viable in certain content. But Bondi... That's because when you say a job isn't viable in certain content, you're not being accurate. Give me an example. Come. Give me one. Come at me, bro. What job isn't viable in what content? I'm guessing you're going to say a specific job in, that isn't viable in FRU. Come. Solo caster summon an FRU, yeah. That's not a job. Solo caster summoner is not a job. Summoner is a job. So, like, basically, Bondi, summoner is viable under certain circumstances. I don't care what those circumstances are, but if you say summoner is not viable in FRU because they can't, like, they're not, quote-unquote, not strong enough without so-and-so requirement, then that's not the... That's not, like, that's not how that works. If Picto didn't exist, then someone wouldn't be viable, period. If you say so. Just a moment. You know what? I can't be bothered to look for this while I'm live. Hey, Riley, and Andrew, and FFXIV. Hope you're doing well. Andrew says, what are you working on? Videos, of course. Just not right now, I'm live. Zav says, I found a summoner clear of FRU without Picto. Boom! There you go, Bondi. Now you can sit in your claims corner because Zav just disproved you. There you go. Thanks, Zav. Zav, can you just, if you post it in the Discord server? Because you can't post it here. And that was exactly what I was trying to do. It's just, I was focusing on other stuff. And I'm just saying, Bondi, if you then come back and say, oh, but they had this other thing. Adel says, should I post it here? Nah, I think it's fine. It's fine that it's in the Discord server, I think. If you then turn around and go, oh, they did this other thing, then like it's goalpost moving. I'm just saying. Like let's focus on the prize. But yeah, that's what I also thought you meant. You just wanted to see it. Zav has posted in the general discussion on the Discord server. Which is here. But yeah, Andrew, to your question, you said, what are you working on right now? Something that I've gotten a little bit into working on again is I'm trying to, in addition to, you know, working on videos as I do, and planning streams and whatnot, I've been messing around with thumbnail designs again. If some of you have seen that my video a while back on Midcore has suddenly looks like it has a new thumbnails, because it does. It was some experiment that I was testing with. I'm trying to see if that that kind of a different style works better. So that's something that I'm working on. Hey, Rob Gero, hope you're doing well. See, Zero says, my logic, if M1S could be beaten with that much time so early, the balance must be that even the weakest jobs can clear it, the strongest jobs just make it easy, and that's exactly right. That I believe I brought that up in the perfect balance video. That for the weakest job to succeed, it would mean that the composition with the strongest jobs will have a very easy time. Rob Gero says, I need some advice on free trial, but without even trying, I overleveled for the MSQ. I'm level 40 and like level 27 quests. What do I do? You could level another job, but you can also just keep going. You can straight up just keep going if you want. If you're planning to stay on the free trial, then it would probably be a good idea to eventually bring another job so that you don't hit level 70. Well, Bondi, the argument still stands. It's the same argument. If the strongest comp can beat M4S with a minute to spare, then that would imply that the weakest comp, like, if the weakest comp can beat it, then the strongest comp can beat it really well. Which means that the real problem, if you really think about it, the real problem is that Summoner and Red Mage and Machinist and Bard and Dancer are a little behind. It's not that Pictomancer's way ahead, if you really think about it. Does the game cap your playing time the second you hit 70 or free? No. You can level everything to 70. It's more that if you hit level 70 and continue the MSQ at level 70, all that XP just goes like just poof into the wind. That's a little bit of a shame, right? Hey Tess, hope you're doing well. It's good to see you, FFXIV. Hey. Snake gleaming? Hope you're doing well. Why are you fighting me? All no good. Boyo can beat any Tetris. Huh. Huh. But yeah, to kind of wrap up a little bit on this balance discussion, it feels to me... Bondi says, I'm mostly just frustrated that the act of doing DPS seems to have been sunset as an important skill because I liked optimizing. What do you mean by that? Like, that it doesn't matter to do good damage? Is that what you mean? Hey, in Shadow. Hope you're doing well. And that's good to hear, FFXIV. You're also just back in time for more stuff to come again. There's a, you know, mock tome event coming next week, things like that. Bondi says that's how it feels, yes, when the hardest content in the game can be cleared comfortably before in-rage with 2 deaths and a 90% damage down. Well, broadly speaking, Bondi, if you really think about it, the reason why, quote-unquote, DPS as an important skill has been quote-unquote sunset is because of the players. Whenever you, Bondi, discuss the capacity of a job, you pretty much exclusively talk about its absolute optimal performance, its absolute potential. Which means, by extension, that you, Bondi, talking to you specifically, don't actually consider being skilled as DPS as a factor, because you only care about what is possible. You don't care about what people actually do. You care about what is possible, which means that the actual act of being good at it doesn't matter, because we're all only talking about what is possible. So players kind of did that to themselves, which also kind of leads into the possibility that the developers might just go, maybe we should focus on something else. The players are clearly getting a little too caught up in optimizing here. But practically speaking, being a really skilled DPS, as others mentioned, allows you to skip mechanics, which is a benefit. That is good. That is something you can deliver to the team, but that is something that I've noticed more and more, is that people are talking about things like skill expression. And somehow, even though there's plenty of opportunities to like express your skill by playing your job really well, even if it's like small things, unless it's something absolutely insane, people don't care, so they act like the game has no skill expression. Because, and this comes back to this thing with optimizing, if optimizing isn't skillful, because we just assume that everyone's optimal anyway, then there is very little skill expression available, because like a huge part of this kind of game is playing your job really well, and playing your job really well has a tendency to be reflected in your damage output. But if we assume that maximum damage is the minimum expectation, or really high damage is the minimum expectation, then there's only space to be bad. Then you're either the best or you're worse, which means that there isn't space for skill expression, there's space for lack of skill expression. Not to be confused with lack of skill expression. Lack of skill expression. You can express your lack of skill. Exactly, you're normal or worse. Which is a pretty sucky way to be. To be in a game. Andrew says, what are you looking forward to in the next tier? I don't know. Weirdly, what I'm usually the most excited about is if there's any job changes. That's what I think is exciting. On the one hand, like, it's pretty funny. It's like double-sided for me, like a double-edged blade. Because on the one hand, I'm like, oh, it'd be really interesting if there's like something new to learn. On the other hand, if that happens, then my guides will be more outdated. I'll say nope, and tell them all. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, Rove Garo, there's a lot of optional content. If you're interested in challenges on your journey, there are extreme trials. Like the A Realm Reborn extreme trials are something that can be sort of entertaining. They're challenging, but not too hard. However, just keep in mind... Timer? What's up? Just keep in mind that queuing for extremes doesn't always end well. Like if you actually want, if you want to have a really good time with it, it's usually recommended to do it in Party Finder. But on free trial, you can only join Party Finder. So you if you can find a way to join other people for it, that would be optimal. Labyrinthos checkpoint timer. Yeah, we reached Labyrinthos. Yes, I have. Nope. Jason says, speaking of guides, how does Dark Knight TBN interact with other barriers? Does it always take priority? Yes. And I have a video on that. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe Erdal has already found it. There is a barrier priority. It's okay, Erdal. You're usually way fast. You also found other videos earlier. There is a priority to barriers. It's a little complicated because we have actually addressed this previously on these specific kinds of streams. The one barrier that has one barrier that I know of that has a higher priority than TBN is Reaper's Arcane Crest. But Arcane Crest always goes on the Reaper, so that's only relevant if the Dark Knight puts TBN on a Reaper, specifically. And there can be two different explanations for that. One is that the priority list is predefined and designed based on what makes sense, because TBN being super high priority makes sense. The alternative hypothesis that came up last time we discussed this was... how was it? Arcane Crest has a shorter maximum duration than TBN, so it makes sense for Arcane Crest to be prioritized higher so it can break before it ends. Both are possible explanations. Let me see, did I miss something else? Yeah, it is worth pointing out that that healerless FRU run had like, what, 4 Paladins or something? You have a lot of time to look for videos when your gameplay is limited to aim camera slightly left. Yeah, exactly. Auto run, or auto walk even, and turn camera slightly. And I also have the advantage that I'm sure Aradel, you know, Aradel has to deal with the stream delay. So like I might have a few seconds of lead. Nope, says the healer strike, and complaining will do nothing until it gets to the point where standard party find a strategy that only goes with one healer and a savage. It's difficult because as far as I see it, and I've gotten more around to this idea, is that something that we're again overlooking when we see these insane feats where like a group beats content without a healer. Is that it's usually not easy to do. Like, it's typically way harder. So, like, the takeaway of, oh man, game too easy, people can beat the new ultimate without healers, I feel like is the wrong take. Like, I feel like this is actually happening a lot. Is that if a group beats content with some absurd composition that shouldn't be possible, people go, game too easy, might as well quit. Rather than going, that's crazy, they're amazing. Like, I feel like the wrong observation is being made here. You know what I mean? Exactly. People should like some of the people crying out in fury over this should maybe try those challenges themselves and see how hard it is. Hey, Messias, hope you're doing well. Yeah, you could say that. It's, the origin of these walk and talk streams was an April Fool's stream, where it made way better sense that there was a timer on screen. Because, exactly, slow walk, right? And then we just continued, and kept the speedrun timer because it's funny. I was like, hey, Perch, and Midichlorian, hope you're doing well. Gleaming says, I saw you were talking about perfect balance being a potential loss at level 50 on single target. Should I use it at all on single target at 50? And if so, what for? I have a video where I talk more about this. I believe it was something about broken or wacky rotations through the levels. But the long story short on it is that at level 50, the gain of a bootshine crit, you know, the chakra, the potential chakra stack, because it's not even guaranteed at level 50, remember. But basically, Dragon Kick bootshine is less valuable than True Strike Twin Snakes, which is less valuable than Demolish Snap Punch. Like, at level 50, it's actually built so that the later parts of the sequence is better. Which means that the thing you could do with perfect balance is, you know, skip to Demolish and Snap Punch. But the problem is, the power difference from the weakest to the strongest is so small that the damage loss of having to, like, restart your rotation with an out-of-form Dragon Kick is bigger. The loss is bigger than the gain from using perfect balance, even if you use them both back to back. Because the gain is so incredibly minuscule. I didn't do like really like careful calculations on when you get Forbidden Chakra, but broadly speaking, it doesn't add that much. Not that much. So I basically made the estimate, like the rather quick estimate, that it doesn't really help enough. The jump from Steel Peak to Forbidden Chakra is really small. The jump from you have Forbidden Chakra to you have Masterful Blitz is so gigantic that perfect balance goes from maybe useful when you have Forbidden Chakra to you use it now. You just always use it now. When you have when you have masterful blitz. I've done so too, Gleaming. The reason, like the origin of that video was actually someone commenting on my monk guide going, wait a minute, I feel like there's something wacky going on because my calculations say that it doesn't work. And then I went and actually did some calculations on it because to some degree we just assume that it works, right? We just assume that things are working right because they always have. So I didn't exactly check. I just kind of assumed that it made sense when I made the guide because it usually did. And the power difference is small enough that it would be an easy oversight. But then I did the calculations and yeah, perfect balance at level 50. Hey Zip Zap, hope you're doing well. Zip Zap says the funniest thing I heard of people beating hard content in unusual ways was 100 plus deaths UCOP. Wow. Did I miss another question as I was going on about this? I guess not. My little songbird says, question. Are people asking for warrior nerfs because warrior can solo most 4-man content, or is the belly aching just showing up for DPS and high tier content? Warrior isn't that amazing at damage output. It's basically just how insanely busted they are at teasing content, essentially. Like yeah, exactly. As Sapphic Face says, the things that Warrior has is that their bloodwetting scales with target count, and Holmgang is a 4-minute cooldown. Like, basically, in a dungeon context, Holmgang doesn't look that good. Like, on its own, it doesn't look that good. Because, like, you can survive with 1 HP, what are you going to do afterwards? Like, if Holmgang was placed on Dark Knight would be like, and then I die afterwards, right? If you put Holmgang on Gunbreaker, they might be like, I can use Heart of Corundum and Aurora and maybe have a Brutal Shell Shield, and like, I might be able to recover. You put it on Paladin and they're like, oh, fantastic, I have to use Clemency after my invuln? That's a bit annoying. Like, in a solo context, essentially. Whereas Warrior just, just goes, meh, bloodwetting, problem solved. Like, the reason why Holmgang works is because the downside of Holmgang is basically irrelevant because it is on Warrior. Like, that's the problem, is that like, the other tanks have some sort of detriment to their invuln, with Paladins having nothing. The detriment on the Paladin invuln is that it has a really long cooldown. And then the other ones have, like, some sort of downside to compensate for them having a shorter cooldown. It's almost like Warrior's design. See, the funny thing is that Warrior before Shadowbringers didn't have this level of, like, self-sustain. They had Equilibrium and Thrill of Battle, but Thrill of Battle didn't increase healing received, and Equilibrium didn't have a healing over time effect. So Warrior was like it was a bigger detriment that Holmgang had this downside. I believe before Shadowbringers, Holmgang also had a 3-minute cooldown, so you can take that as you will. Maybe they revisited it and was like, okay, you know what, Holmgang's downside isn't that bad when it's on a Warrior. But point is, in a dungeon context, especially in a solo context, Holmgang is bad. But Warrior makes it work because Warrior is Warrior. In a raid context, the times where you use your invuln for specific things, the downside of Holmgang, notably that Holmgang like, has a really short cooldown, but it doesn't, like, it leaves you at 1 HP, is completely irrelevant because you have healers. They'll heal you when you need it. Like, we'll fix it in post. It having a short cooldown is better. Any tank would trade their invuln for Holmgang. when you're in a raid context, because Holmgang has more uses. So that means that Warrior basically has like the god tier super tool for both like casual content, bloodwetting, and like hard party content in Holmgang. Like it wins in both contexts, which is a little unfair, you could say. Hey Rust, hope you're doing well. Holmgang used to root you for the duration before Shadowbringers? Well, let's check. Yeah, that's true. Before Shadowbringers, it was in Shadowbringers they removed the self snare. That is true. Good luck, Taldabal. I'll say Frusen. Hope you're doing well. You know, the funniest part with that, Frusen, is that you can make Living Dead work in hard, like in a dungeon. The problem is that you kind of need the healers who work with you. Because, by the way, like basically, if you have Living Dead activate, and you use Living Dead, then it becomes Walking Dead, and then you fully heal. Now it's Holmgang. Incidentally, the way to make Living Dead, quote unquote, work in such a context is that you use Living Dead, then you die to get Walking Dead, and then you just kind of stand there. You just kind of just stand there and, I don't know, boogie, whatever you want to do. You just party it out. And then just before it ends, boom, full HP. Because Living Dead is basically... it's Holmgang with one benediction attached. And on Dark Knight, that's not very good. Like that's a little bit of a problem. Like on Warrior, you would like if you had that, you're just like I don't need it. I already have that. Like I'll just use Bloodwetting. It's good. Well, the weird thing is, FFXIV, is that Bloodwetting isn't that much better than Raw Intuition. Bloodwetting compared to Raw Intuition is an additional 10% damage reduction, which, because of how they add together, is actually more like 9% damage reduction additively. It is a plus 400 barrier shield, like 400 cure potency barrier, barrier. And it is one additional GCD if you time it right. Compare that to the upgrade of Sheltron to Holy Sheltron, for instance. Sheltron, 15% damage reduction. I believe it peaks at 6 seconds as you level up. Holy Sheltron, 8 seconds, and an additional 15% damage reduction. Like 2 of them in total for 4 seconds at least. And 1000 cure potency in a heal over time effect. Like, Bloodwetting having 1 extra GCD is a little crazy in AoE, but on single target, it's actually... It's weaker. It's a smaller upgrade than Holy Sheltron. It's a smaller upgrade than Heart of Grundum. There's actually something that we've talked about a few times before, Ceres. Because the macro to warn the healer that you're using Living Dead, the reason why it rarely works is because... I think I talk about this in my Tanks from a Healer's Perspective video from Endwalker. You're the Dark Knight. You click your macro and use Living Dead. There are a few different possible scenarios of how this plays out. Option 1, the healer knows what Living Dead looks like. They've already seen the buff. They don't need you to tell them. They already know. That's me. I'll just play around it. If I still spam heal you, it's because I've determined that you have used Living Dead too early and you will not be able to die in time. Option 2. Your healer is aware of Living Dead and sees your message and potentially your sound warning, so they react to it. Option 3. They know what Living Dead is, but they're not paying too close attention to your buff list or the chat because they're spam healing you. So your message is irrelevant. Or they don't know what Living Dead is. They might have seen your message, but they don't know what to do with that. And if you have like an elaborate explanation of what it is and what it means, they don't have time to read that. So they'll spam heal you anyway. And then there's of course the final option. They don't know what Living Dead is and they're not paying attention to chat either. And most of these options mean, like, there is of course also the options in between where your chat message actually helps. But for the most part, the best way you can use a Living Dead macro is if you know you're going to use Living Dead in the next pull. And say it beforehand, because if you say it while the pull is going on and you're about to die, while you might feel perfectly safe, your healer might not think so. And because they don't think so, they're not, like, they're too busy trying to keep you alive. It's just I'll be using Living Dead next pull. Yeah, okay, yeah, see, that works. Hey, folks, hope you're doing well. And Yannick. Oh no, they used Living Dead. I must be doing a poor job. Oh yeah. That one is weird. I've heard about the really weird ones. There's both tanks and healers that do this in both directions. I would say, if I were to rank them, the weirdest ones of them all are that there exist healers that take offense to the tank healing themselves at all. Some even take offense to the tank using defensive cooldowns, because they see it as some sort of suggestion that they can't heal enough. The one just below that is the healer that no, the tank. These are usually warriors that get offended if the healer heals them. Like, I have legit heard stories from warriors getting mad that the white mage healed them. I'm like, you know what a lily is? Immunities? Are you referring to invulns, Ceres? And he says to save rambling, I main hammer in Monster Hunter games, so warrior speaks to my soul. Huh. Meanwhile, I'm like, yeah, I don't know. It's I last time I played Monster Hunter was like over a year ago, but there I played Gunlands. That's fair, Ceres. But yeah, that is a funny one. I would say sometimes I'll have a bit of like a reaction to someone using an invuln on an AoE pull in a dungeon. Because a lot of the time when they do that, they're either making things harder for themselves by doing these tricks that are just not needed, or it would have been way easier for me if, I don't know, they had said something. Like if the warrior had just told me that they were going to use Holmgang. But like, if I was in group with the funny thing is that if I was in a group with a warrior that was like, I'm going to use Holmgang, then like, I'm just saying, if I'm playing Sage and I'm just doing my thing, right? I'm just doing the healing that I do. You may have seen my short on how to heal as a Sage in a dungeon. If I just do that, that's basically free for me. Me choosing to not do those things is almost wasteful. If I know that they will open with Bloodwelling once they've lost HP, then I'll delay my Kiracholi until they have healed with that. But if they do that, then it has to be a particularly scary pull for them to be to actually drop to 1 HP before Bloodwelling is available again. And more importantly, because of tools like Vengeance existing, they would have to choose to not do that. Which means that choosing to use Holmgang, like, they're saving who? Exactly. What cooldowns are they saving? Because they're not saving me cooldowns, and they're not saving any cooldowns, because that Rampart will be ready the next time they need it anyways. So, like, it is not helping anyone. You could just save that Holmgang in case something goes wrong. That's what I'm getting at. Then, like, that's the reason why I will have this, like, reaction to it. Is because it's just, you don't have to. Hey, Blood Bloop, and no one. Hope you're doing well. Hot take, ninjas throwing daggers can consume 2 stacks of Kama. If consumed, ninjutsu changes to Fuma Shuriken. That's an interesting suggestion. I don't know if that would actually be worth it. Sounds a little strange. Hey Flo, hope you're doing well. No one says, I've only ever been annoyed in one situation as healer. Paladin is using Clemency. Give healers a chance, please, if they haven't allowed deaths. Yeah, that is fair. I will say there are some things you can do as a healer if you do that. I'd actually kind of forgotten where the classroom was. But I thought this was a nice place to park. By the way, it took almost an hour just to get here. The things you can do if you have a Paladin that uses Clemency is some Paladins start using Clemency because they don't trust you. As in, if, for instance, you're a white mage and you're really pushing it with the Benediction Greed, if you see the Paladin start casting Clemency when they drop like below 40% HP, then I feel like the best you can do there is just go, okay, this Paladin is not playing ball, and just, you know, just realize that they have their limits of what they dare. Like, it doesn't matter that you're confident, because you pushed them too far. Now they're scared, and they don't trust you. So the best you can do there is just play around it. Some Paladins will start casting Clemency when they're like below 80% HP. There's not much you can do there other than just, you know, poke them like, hey, can you maybe let me do my job? The funny thing is, in certain circumstances, like under very specific circumstances, there could be an argument that the Paladin using Clemency is better than the healer casting something. But I'm pretty sure that those specific exceptions are so few that it doesn't matter. Like, And also they became even fewer when Holy's cast time was reduced to 1.5 seconds. Before that change, when Holy had a 2.5 second cast time, there could be an argument that the Paladin casting Clemency, saving the healer from having to stop casting Holy to cast something else, could be a net DPS gain, especially because in this level range, Paladin's AoE combo averages 135 potency, but, because it's, you know, Total Eclipse prominence, but it's a tank, so it's closer, like, so take 20% off that, so it's closer to 108 potency per GCD. Meanwhile, White Mage is working with a 140 potency Holy, which is boosted by 30% because of Maim and Mend, so Holy is more like 182 potency relative to the Paladin potency. So saving the White Mage a GCD by using Clemency on yourself is a net gain if the alternative is that the White Mage has to stop to cast Cure 2. But it's really specific, because you hit like you have Clemency at level 58, you hit level 60, now the White Mage has Tetragrammaton. So you might not, like, the White Mage might just use that. They can weave that now, because of Holy's new cast time. So, you know, whatever. And you reach a higher level and it's like, the White Mage is just going to spend a Lily, it's fine. Once they have a Flatus Misery, they would gladly cast a Lily on you. I'll say, Oscar, hope you're doing well. And he's Upset Fury, I hope you're doing well as well. Subset Fury says, now that I've been tanking Moss, Gunbreaker, and Warrior, I've been paying a lot of attention to the healers. I've noticed some White Mages using Cure 1, Cure 2, and Cure 3 in rotation. Oh yeah, those are fun, right? I can't remember which Mentor Roulette it was. But I had a Mentor Roulette where we ended up in, I believe it was Sunken Temple of Khan Hard, where we had a healer that did that. Why would I waste a Lily mid-combat? That is damage I can save up when there are no enemies nearby. That's true. That is true. Oscar says, Uberprog on Materia, surely. Totem Party just disbanded. Ow. That's also really late, isn't it? In Shadows as a Paladin main, if I'm casting Clemency, it's because someone ate too many dots, so I thought as a healer was low MP. Yeah. Like, that's exactly what I mean. That is also why I'm saying, like, if the Paladin is using Clemency and they're, like, nearly full HP, you might have to talk with them, because they might be completely misunderstanding the situation. If they're using it when they're, like, actually legitimately low on HP, then, like, you could say, let me do my job, but they've deemed that you're taking a risk they don't want to take. It might be fine. But, like, if the Paladin is using Clemency at a time that seems relatively reasonable to use Clemency, then maybe check yourself, right? It's the same thing as with warriors, in fact. And that's also why in basically all of my warrior guides, I advise warriors to use Bloodwedding extra aggressively, because your healer, like, I think I say this almost exactly word for word in my tanks from a healer's point of view video. A warrior who's holding Bloodwedding until the last moment to heal back up looks exactly the same to the healer as the warrior who does not know what a defensive cooldown is. Right up until the very moment that the warrior uses Bloodwedding. So if you're the warrior in that situation and you're noticing that your healer's like running ragged, just spam healing you, then it's because they think you're the guy that doesn't know what a defensive cooldown is. So the only thing you can do, you have two options. Option 1, explain to them that it'll be fine and see if it helps. Option 2, play around that. Because if they're spam healing you, then they're probably not attacking. So if you can keep yourself up at a high enough HP amount where they don't start healing you, then they might be attacking. It's basically the Paladin situation flipped on its head. The Paladin using Clemency when they're way too healthy. The best you can do is make sure that they're extra healthy. The warrior who's dealing with a healer that heals for no reason. Or for too little reason. The warrior can make sure their HP is higher for safety reasons. I'll say poof poof. And Matthew, hope you're doing well. Would you say it's better to use all your tools when available versus saving them? Should I save divination for when I think we need it? If I should use it on cooldown, does that extend to healing skills? Damage buffs are best used at the right time in the opener and then on cooldown. In a dungeon context, you'll probably use it in a like pseudo opener on the first AoE pull and then on cooldown. There are situations where you would like to hold them, but those situations are extremely rare. And as in, you don't go, I think I should keep divination here. You will know that you should keep divination. If you should keep divination, you will know because it'll be an ultimate. In basically any other context, you should not hold divination. Out the door with it, immediately. Like, the only exception being that in the opener, it's pretty common for raid buffs to be held like 1 or 2, maybe even 3 GZDs. I teach this in my guides. Because that's how you, like, line it up best possible with everyone else. But once that has been done, you click it on cooldown. In regards to defensive and healing cooldowns, it's a lot different, because you use them as you need them. But, and I explained this in my... I believe in my 6 mistakes healers make video that OGCD healing, like defensive options on the OGCD, just broadly speaking, are there to save your GCD, not the other way around. The only time that you use healing GCDs to cover your OGCDs is if you know that all of your OGCDs have been, like, they've already been stamped. They need to be used at a specific time. 5 mistakes healers make. I thought it was 6. I think it's because I had 6 tips as a series. I have 5 mistakes, I suppose. Hi, Gyarados. Agony says, I have a question about mentor roulette. Do people, aside from the mentor who queued, know they're in it? When you enter a mentor roulette duty, this specific mentor crown is forcibly added to you. The one with the sword. You can choose to wear it, like, willingly, outside of mentor roulettes. But when you enter mentor roulette, it is forced upon you. So there's a really high probability that everyone else can see that you're in a mentor roulette. If you see me point out individuals in my mentor roulettes and go, oh look, they're also doing mentor roulette, I'm looking at that. I see there's a sword in the way. There's a possibility that they chose to wear it, but like, most PvE mentors are, like, they also have the crafter mentor crown, and if you have both, you can just wear the big one. And people usually just wear the big one in that context. Also, hey JK, hope you're doing well. So people see I'm a PvE mentor, but they don't necessarily know the game sent them help. The thing is, mentor roulettes are not... They're made for multiple things. And mentor roulettes don't prioritize sprout queues as far as I know. They're basically there to fill groups. So technically you're not sent there as help. You're sent there, you know, to do the duty. So it's like it's partly down to you how you choose to be a mentor. Hey Zyph, hope you're doing well. Zyph says, I feel like later divination drifts from umbral draw, so I often have to delay my draw a good few seconds to line up both DPS cards with divination. That's correct. That's why you drift draw. But the reason why you do that is because draw has a 55-second cooldown, while divination has a 2-minute cooldown. The shorter cooldown on draw is there as leniency so that you can get away with being a little late on the draw and still line up. I believe there is something to be said that if you do it perfectly using your draw, like drawing on cooldown and then just making the most of it, might be a gain over like lining it up perfectly with divination. But it kind of depends on like when the duty ends and like optimization things. Oscar says, how do people even get Combat Mentor? I have 2,400 hours and 900 comms. Step 1, do a lot of content with randoms. Let's see. Cute portrait. Catfish Jr. says, how hard or how easy is it to do the MSQ as a scholar? As a scholar? I mean, the MSQ is probably exceedingly easy to do as a scholar. Like, incredibly easy to do as a scholar. But it might be a little boring. Gazel, usually the argument as to why people get the crafter crown first and then the PV, like the combat one, is because the crafter one requires you to do things that ultimately just requires that you play crafter and gatherers, whereas the combat one requires that you have a ton of commendations, which means depending on how you play, it might take a really long time to get that combat crown. Are there any dungeons that you shouldn't wall if everyone's geared? I mean, gear isn't everything. There are dungeons that are difficult to do, like full wall-to-wall, so gear's one thing, skill is a different thing. You know what's really interesting about that, Agony, is that... not to throw anyone under the bus, but as far as I understand, Wesk's mentality on that is a little more aggressive. I have, you know, my video on giving advice. You can see his opinion in the comments. But yeah, people who say it's against terms of service to give advice are essentially self-reporting as jerks. That is correct. Thank you, Aradil. Stone Vigil might be the hardest wall-to-wall content in the game, healer skill variants included. Definitely. There's also the part, speaking of Stone Vigil, that technically Stone Vigil has some of the craziest wall-to-wall pulls in the game because you can pull the trash packs into the boss room. You can straight up pull the trash packs into the boss room. I usually also split up the Stone Vigil pulls in multiple pieces. But yeah, the way I go about it is also usually that I'll pull really big. I'll pull as big as I feel confident the average player can take, which does mean if you watch a recent Mentor video, I just pull the Giga Pull and Mount Gulk, just send it. Because at that level, I feel like most healers should be able to take it. If they can't, we'll figure it out. But I feel like the average healer can take that one. I'll say, Yomi, hope you're doing well. And Shaq, hope you're doing well as well. Midichlorian says, "Oh, I think I mentioned the other day when I started. I used to start. Hi, I'm a noob. Any advice is welcome. I appreciate arrows being pointed. Cue in a few idiots with the I cannot provide. I'm guessing there's more to this one." But yeah, just generally on that TO, like terms of service thing and giving advice, is the thing is there exist players that might report you for anything. There are players that will get mad at you for anything. Actually anything. There's not much you can do for them. Beyond, you know, being polite. If you're polite, they might report you and then like the GM will sit there like, I don't know what to do with this. Let me just try that one again. Let's see. Midichlorian says, cue in a few idiots with the I cannot provide advice because against terms of service. And then the message continues. But the most annoying is I get caught up. Guy politely points me my mistake. I thank him. And then a third comes. Chill out. Like we were angry. Midichlorian, do you play on the NA region? Are you in the NA region? Just out of curiosity. I'm not like trying to point fingers, but I'm trying to figure something out here. Europe Omega? Huh. The reason why I asked is because I don't think I've ever, like, in the flesh, seen that one. Where, like, player A basically invites advice, player B says, I can't because terms of service, and player C, like, acting like it was aggressive. Like, I'm pretty sure I've never seen that combo before, but I've heard many stories of it, and I'm pretty sure most of them are from NA. Hey Yoroku, hope you're doing well. How often should I try to have Adloquium on the tank? I usually try Swift it mid or pre-pull. Generally, if we assume that the tank is good, there will be exceptions. But in like your average pull, you will use Adloquium as the tank pulls. And then when you reach the destination, you won't do it anymore. Usually you will apply the Adloquium before the tank enters combat, and the barrier will be eaten by the enemy as the tank passes as they go. You can use Swift Cast to set this up, especially if the tank is really fast on their feet. In most situations, you will not need more than that. There are exceptions. So, adjust. But consider that the situations where you have to apply Adloquium in the middle of fighting the pack, like not in the middle of the quote-unquote pull, when they have reached the destination and are fighting the mobs, if you have to cast Adloquium at that time, something is wrong, usually. The thing that could be wrong could be this pack is really strong or really big, but it could also be you're not using your cooldowns well enough to compensate for the rest. It could also be the tank isn't using their tools well enough. It could be either or, right? But usually the answer is one, and it's before you start like attacking for realsies. Like you'll be running along going bio, and then maybe like as you get closer you'll start to use Art of War, and then you'll just be attacking when you reach the destination. Hey stuff! Yeah, we wiped on floor 198, unfortunately. We're really close. But we both ran out of time and ran out of Pictomancer, so like I did like a Hail Mary of trying something to get through with like 3 minutes, like 3 or 4 minutes remaining, and it didn't work. Agony says, a friend of mine rescued a ninja behind an ice block in Circus. The ninja stopped playing and said he was reporting them for rescue abuse on Dynamis in NA. Out of curiosity, did you get a response from a GM on that, Agony? Matthew says, is there a technical difference between giving advice versus making a statement aloud? Like, just saying apropos of nothing? I like using Dotton on 3 or more targets. It's not advice, it's a statement. It might sound like a statement, but the context matters. I think I bring this up in my most recent mentor video, where there's the context with the me offering advice to the healer. The healer doesn't say anything, but the red mage asks for me to elaborate anyway. So I explain it to them. And then the healer just happens to be there. If you just state the thing out loud, it can be perceived as passive-aggressive. Like, it's a little bit like, the thing is, when you say I like using Dotton on 3 or more targets, it sounds relatively neutral, right? Like, that's generally good advice. Imagine if we just change the statement, someone dies 3 times in a boss fight. And you instead say, I prefer to stay alive when I do bosses. Totally uncalled for, incredibly unhelpful. But it's just a statement out into the room, right? it's just a statement. I prefer to not die when I do fights. Whether that means that your suggestion is a problem, it's just, if you frame it like that, that is the reason why in my mentor video I said it's really handy if someone else can give you a better basis to give you advice on, because by someone else saying, explain it to me, then you can just ignore the person you originally wanted to explain it to and just hope that they'll read it, but you can just explain it to someone else. And now you're answering a question instead of just passive-aggressively stating the thing you wanted that other guy to do out in the open. Right? Agony says nothing ever came of that report from what we talked about. The ninja could have also just been raging. We didn't take it seriously. Yeah, that could be. It could be that by the time the duty was finished, they forgot that they threatened you with that. But here's an important thing, Agony. Consider this. Just for your future peace of mind, I'm like 99... It's been a while since I checked, but I'm like 99% certain that it is illegal. Like, it is actually against the TOS to threaten people with a report. You should never, ever say that you're going to report someone, because that is reportable. Don't ever do that. And if someone threatens you with a report, you can just Uno reverse card and go like, this person is threatening me with a report in your report. And it's very easy to prove. You just copy paste the chat log. There you go. So keep that in mind. Hey Bits, hope you're doing well. Bits says, I was watching on my TV and had to break out my phone to ask this. Is there seriously something in TOS about giving advice? Like, is that not a joke? There is not anything in the TOS about advice. The problem is a lot of people are not very good at discerning the difference between giving advice and being a jerk. And a lot of people also don't quite know the difference between it is better that you do this as opposed to I want you to play like this. And forcing your demands on other players is actually something that, depending on how you angle it, is against the TOS. Like, demanding that someone does something in a very specific way can, under the right or wrong circumstances, be interpreted as against the TOS. Which is the exact reason why my advice on giving advice, I made a video on it, remember? Is ask if you can give advice. That is the safest bet. Because if they say yes, then you're basically in the clear. As long as you're being polite about the advice you give, they have nothing on you. If they don't like the advice you give, they report you, and the GM will be sitting there like, but technically you said yes to it. Like, you asked for this. That is possibly the weirdest message that I think that I've ever seen in the live chat. What? Matthew says, if the game had a laugh track, those statements would be funnier. Hey, next time, let's try not dying! You know how you did reimagining guild tests? You could reimagine the whole of the Novice to give real advice. The thing is, I actually have a video about how bad the tutorials in Final Fantasy XIV are. The problem with the whole of the Novice is twofold. One is that some of the advice it gives is just not good or outdated. That one is a minor thing, but it means that the times where it gives you actually useful and still up-to-date advice, it seems less believable. What is happening? I am pretty sure that I've already hidden this account. So they just made another one or what? The thing is, if some of the advice Hall of the Novice gives is bad, then the good advice seems less reliable by extension, right? You know? Hey Lizard, hope you're doing well. The second problem is that the oh boy. I don't know what's happening with that that bot there. The second problem is that the Hall of the Novice doesn't actually test you on the advice it gives. That is to say, for instance, the tutorial that tests your ability momentarily, Ceres, but there's not much we can do about that. It's also really weird. Like, for instance, the one that tests a tank's ability to do AoE, right? I demonstrate this in my video on the subject of the tutorials being bad. It goes on to be like, alright, I think it actually goes use Defiance, if you like, Warrior, and then tells you to use a single target combo on each of them. Which is outdated information, by the way. But you don't even need to, like, you don't even need your AoE button. You don't even need Defiance. In the video, I complete that tutorial with only Heavy Swing. I don't need Maim, I don't need Defiance, I don't need Overpower. I just Heavy Swing everything. It's harder than doing it quote-unquote correctly, but I beat it with just Heavy Swing. So it's not doing a very good job of checking whether you got it. Also, hey Dialga and Chris. Hope you're both doing well. And thank you so much, Chris. There is actually one video. I think it's in a playlist on its own, but there is actually a video of me reading one of the like Final Fantasy XIV stories. And like one of those backstory things. But there's only one. Partly because it didn't bring that much interest, unfortunately. Thank you, Ardell. But there is one that you might enjoy. Sorry, I'm a little bit falling behind, because now I'm like staring at the chat, waiting for the bot to try again. I'm telling you, I hit it 3 times. So apparently it's 3 different bots. Chris, Aradel actually just posted a link in the chat to it. But thank you so much. Let's see. Aradil says aggressive expressions such as violent language, slander, insults, threats, expressions that provoke or belittle another person, such as excessive criticism, negation, or ridicule. Expressions that unilaterally reject another person's opinion. Expressions that compel a playing style. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That basically summarizes what I was talking about before with there's a difference between giving advice and commanding someone. I think I also talk about this in my teaching video. Is that commanding someone to do something in a certain way is not allowed, but giving advice, and you know, the reason why I say context matters is that you might be, let's say you're fighting Ramu Extreme, right? You're fighting a Ramu Extreme. And one of the DPS, like right on pull, yoinks all of the orbs, and the tank dies. What do? You ask the DPS politely to not do that, I suppose. But that, if, like, depending on how you choose to receive it, could be interpreted as someone commanding you to play in a specific way, right? Raise the tank. Well, the other tank is going to die next because there are no orbs. The DPS just keep stealing all the orbs. They're just running right in front of the tank so you can't get any orbs. The DPS is so hungry for orbs. I actually have... let me just check. Yes. Some of you may have heard me mention the Chaos Agent. Upcoming mentor video. Then you'll truly know what I mean. JK says, I believe the old hall at least said as a healer if there's nothing to do damage, which I guess goes unread. It still does that. Yes. But, and I actually demonstrate this in the game, like the tutorials of Final Fantasy XIV is bad video. If you heal the tanky boy enough, it will eventually win without your input. Eventually. So you could do that tutorial without ever realizing this problem. Oscar says, wish they would write down somewhere in game that dots take every 3 seconds. I feel like there's a surprising amount of things in the game where it's like, it would be understood better if they wrote it somewhere. Hey, Perrin. Perrin says, if you do things wrong, it takes a lot longer, but it still works. And yeah, that's exactly it. The thing is, in like a real duty context, I would weirdly find that acceptable. Like, if you do such Tasha, and the healer's not attacking, it'll take longer. But in a tutorial, it has to fail you if you don't get it. Like, if you didn't get the lesson, it has to fail you. Otherwise, you're not learning it. Thank you, Agony. Matthew says, counterpoint, isn't refusing to play quote-unquote correctly, i.e. healer not healing, against the TOS? Do you think you can violate the TOS by giving unasked advice to someone breaking the TOS? Two wrongs don't make a right. Choosing to deliberately not assist in the completion of the duty. Lethargic gameplay. Exactly, Oscar. Keyword. Lethargic gameplay is technically against the TOS. But being a jerk, to like shorten it a bit, to be a jerk is also against the TOS. So if someone is being lethargic, doesn't suddenly give you carte blanche to then be a jerk, right? what you need to do in those situations is use the tools there. Voting to kick someone from the group is slightly in a gray area, because one context in which it is actually legal to kick someone for like not an unlisted reason is if the gameplay preferences of the group are too misaligned. That is to say, for instance, you have one player in your group that has chosen that they will walk through the entirety of the dungeon, and the 3 other players don't quite agree with that notion. Then they are in their right to kick the walker because of this disagreement. That's allowed. Similarly, what you should do in those contexts is report them afterwards. You could also, depending on the context, you can report them during the duty. Like, if it's so bad that they're somehow preventing your progress, you can just report them right then and there. Actually, I'm pretty sure that if there's actually a problem in a duty, it is recommended that you report while the act is still happening, and GMs are relatively quick to act on those things. Like, there have been contexts where people, like, there's this story I heard back in Endwalker where a warrior somehow managed to deliberately get everyone killed off in a P9N run. The first boss of the final raid here in Endwalker, on normal. He got everyone killed off so that there was like 40% of the boss left, and then he decided he was going to solo it. Like, look, man, if you wanted to solo it, like, just find 7 people to help you with that, or are you so much of a jerk that you can't do that? You know? But what the 7 dead players did was that they all reported the guy, and in the middle of the pool, his character disappeared. And the duty, like, the fight reset. That can happen. If you report someone while they're still doing the thing, it is possible that the GMs will just swoop in and fix the problem immediately. So point being, someone else breaking the TOS doesn't enable you to break the TOS. And the thing is, for instance, the healer not healing argument is difficult. I would say that it is relatively obvious if a healer's just attacking and not healing, that, like, they're deliberately playing badly, right? But if they're actively playing, then, like, they might make the argument that I've beaten this dungeon before without healing, so that's not my problem. You just need to get better. But that's where the argument comes in, that by them choosing to refuse to heal, they're essentially being in the way of clearing the duty, right? Hey Das, and Lollipop Pizza, hope you're doing well. They must have been all struggling a bit to begin with for all to die though, unless I'm forgetting a mechanic that a tank has control of, maybe the double jump. There are definitely things that the tank could use to kill off both healers in P9N. And you just, like, first you kill off the healers, preferably also a resing mage if there is one. Just get those out of the way. Then you just need to get rid of the other DPS, and then the actual final boss of clearing the entire party is killing the other tank. In Shadows says, is it acceptable to try to finish the fight if everyone else died without it being a team kill? I've done that from 30% before. Didn't really think about it. I mean, yes, I would say, like, the thing is, that's another gray area. You're not doing anything wrong by choosing to continue the fight. But I would say if the group is requesting that you wipe up and try again, then I would say if it's the first pull, like the first time this happens, I would say there's an argument that you should wipe it. But it is like another gray area where it's like a little bit of a social thing. Depends on the group. I'm not like I have in my, I believe my Endwalker Mental Roulette series, a scenario where I did dead ends, the Endwalker dungeon. The second boss, everyone else died while the boss had like 80% HP left. I asked if I should wipe it, or if they wanted to see me solo it, and they said go for it, so I soloed it. And for them it might have been mighty impressive, but I had a few months prior soloed it on stream, so I knew it could be done. I wouldn't have tried if I didn't know it could be done. Matthew says, did an MSQ with someone who had cerebral palsy. They were tanked. We took twice as long to beat Praetorium, but they told us most people kicked them and they were thinking of not playing Final Fantasy XIV. Yeah, that is exactly it. And that is something that people forget sometimes. But that is also the reason why I think it's important that people communicate. Because that is actually a funny thing. When I observe someone, like in my mental relates, where I see that they're making some sort of, like a colossal mistake, or so, like there's something going wrong, usually the context there is that they haven't responded to my offer to help them, or I notice it in hindsight, like when I check through afterwards, or whatever the case, it's not like they explained that that there's a situation. So how would I know that there was a situation? So like sometimes people will be like, well, excuse me, it could be that they're like that they have some sort of condition. On the other hand, it might be that their condition is a very severe, lethal case of extreme laziness. And if that's the case, that would explain why I got no explanation. But let's just say that, and you'll know this from that Chaos Agent mental roulette that I'm alluding to here. If some of you might have seen that one with Shiva a couple weeks ago, where some people were astounded that I quote-unquote sat through this healer who was really bad. Like, why didn't I kick them? Why didn't I leave? Why did I sit through that? But I've put up with worse. At least they were trying, right? At least they were trying. So if I ran into someone like a tank that is really slow like that, I would probably be very confused. But if a kick came up, but the tank is actively playing, then I'd click no. I might ask what's going on, but that's probably it. Bundy says, back in the day, there used to be a Counter-Strike streamer who literally didn't have limbs, and he was like top 15% in ranked. Yeah, exactly. But that, like, there's many different kinds of disabilities and illnesses. So it's possible that someone who has limbs might be, like, less capable of gaming. Yannick says, I sat through Stanceless, Marauder, and Stone Vigil, because otherwise someone else would. That one is really weird. That one is really hard. Because on the one hand, French debuff. I mean, just cast Google Translate on yourself. I don't know. What's your excuse? But yeah, one possible possible issue is if you can't explain to them that they should if you can't explain to them that they should do a thing, like that there's a problem, then you can't, like, then there's not very much to fix. But if you kick them, then, like, again, if they're not responding to messages, what can you do? If you kick them, there's a possible chance that they'll go, that's the third time I've got kicked. How do I finish this dungeon? And eventually, maybe they'll, you know, look for other people's advice, and then they'll listen. They'll be like, well, that's because you're supposed to be a warrior at that point, and your tank stance, and so and so and so and so and so and so. Like, there's probably a lot of things there. But the probability of them doing that is relatively small. The thing is also that helping them through Stone Vigil also leaves the possibility that you might not meet them again. But someone else is going to meet that Marauder in Castrum Meridianum. Possibly. I know, Yannick. Rovgero says, is it smart to have one job for each role? It's not mandatory or required at all, but it can be handy. Dart says, I'll straight up tell the healer to not heal if the tank doesn't have stance on. Just have the group sit back and not do anything till they put stance on. Had a tank do that with less HP than healer. If they don't have stance on and aren't responding to chat, they are oblivious and need a hint that they will see. That is an interesting suggestion. That certainly drops into a sort of gray area, I would say. Cat says, how do you play a class to 50 without realizing you're missing parts of your kit? I've recently played Rogue to 50, it sucks. This looks like a reasonably complete toolkit, doesn't it? Consider that in some games, your toolkit might be less than this. That looks reasonably complete to me. Like, if you really think about it, Souls-like games, a lot of them have, like, you can play through the game with what amounts to this and dodge. So this and this. So this is way more than that. However, and this is somewhat important, it's very easy to come up with an explanation as to why someone would think that in retrospect. But it's a little bit like how we have the like, just like how sometimes in these kind of discussions we have the hypothetical excessive over-optimizer boogeyman. There's like a dozen of them. It's probably a bit more than that, but there's not many of them. But sometimes we act like there's a lot of them. Similarly, sometimes we act like these kind of players that are absolutely, completely oblivious to everything the game is trying to tell you. Just everything, just completely blank. Those are exceptionally rare too, hopefully. So, like, being able to go, well, I could justify how a player would come to this conclusion doesn't necessarily make it reasonable that they come to that conclusion. Lollipop Pizza says, this is why I try to avoid saying, don't worry, this is easy, to reassure someone doing anything the first time. It might not be as easy for some people. And that is actually a really difficult one. Because if you say something is easy, but they find it hard, their interpretation might be, oh, so I'm bad. Whereas if you say something is hard, some players might go, oh, then I'm not good enough. So like, what do you say? Hey Darkness, hope you're doing well. Yeah, there are technically 5 roles in the game. Even by the, like, by the role quest standards. But, like, for starters, like, those quests are, like, for the most part, entirely optional. So, like, it depends on what you want out of the game, how many you should play. But a tank, a healer, and a DPS is not a bad start. Having tried all of the roles is a good starting point. Do you think advanced duties should require specific classes? Like, I mean, it's quite simple. Just to clarify here, Matthew, I think that I would say Braveflock's long stop, I'm gonna let them have that one. But after Braveflock's long stop, Sunken Temple of Khan and beyond, Titan and beyond, basically all content that requires level 30, like all content that requires level 34 or above should have a minimum requirement if you're queuing for it, as in if you don't have a full pre-made, that you have to be wearing a soul crystal. I think that is a reasonable ask. And I'm saying if you're not in a pre-made, because if you're in a full pre-made, you do whatever you want. I don't care. You have fun with that. But like, I said this in my wrong Black Mage rotations video, I think. I think that was it. The good reason, the possibly good excuse you would have to do these things is that you're doing some sort of challenge, and simply, flatly put, do that in your own time. Don't rope strangers into that. Do that with your friends, I don't know, like, find people who have signed up to deal with those shenanigans. Don't, like, just force people to deal with it. And the thing is, there's already the system of Blue Mage not being able to queue for anything. So they could just have that same system, but just, you know, restrict it to the duties that go above a certain level. I'll say VB. Hope you're doing well. And that's also a good way to do it, Bits. I usually go, if a person is having trouble with a mechanic, I usually say, yeah, it's not easy. As I explain what might need to be done. I mean, it's not easy. I'm not saying it's hard, but I'm saying it's not easy. That too, Delane. Frontlines already require that you wear something like that, so you could even say that, like, you could actually, like, it would possibly be even simpler to just go any duty that has a requirement above, like, at level 30 plus doesn't let you go in without a soul crystal. I think it's reasonable. I think it's reasonable to expect that. Oh, that is actually pretty good. I just saw that you sent this to me, Ardell. Let me just grab that. I think this is from the player conduct, like, manual. So this is like things you shouldn't do. Aiding the enemy, uncooperative behavior, lethargic behavior. These are extremely easy to define in a PvP context. Feeding, AFKing, somehow communicating with the enemy. But in PvE it gets a little harder to see, but basically refers to an act of performing actions that give an advantage to an enemy, whether it's monsters or the opposing team in PvP content, by not performing the necessary gameplay required of the situation. This may be combined with combat sabotage as well. That's how it is possible that rescue can be abusive in context. Key points. Each player has a different level of skill, and in some cases there may be a situation where the duty or content will fail. From the perspective of a skilled player in such a situation, a less skilled player may appear to be adversarial or uncooperative or apathetic, but even if this is the case, it is not a violation as long as the player is playing appropriately. As in, and there's something I've talked about before, as long as you're trying, as long as you're doing the best you can do. As long as you're doing the best you can do, then you're excused, essentially. For example, the following types of situations fall under the act of giving an advantage to the enemy or the opposing team of players in PvP content. I don't want to heal because there is a player I don't like in the group. I don't think we can clear this anyway, so I'll just get hit by the enemy attack and go AFK after I'm knocked out. I'm going to join the opposing team as a healer and do nothing so my friends on the other team can win the PvP content. I'm not entirely sure how that last one would work, but you can probably see the implications. If a report has been filed and the prohibited activity is confirmed, a penalty will be issued. Please note that Square Enix may conduct investigations and issue a penalty in its discretion, even if a report has not been filed if the act has been confirmed publicly through online video, streaming services, or other means. Which means that when I'm streaming PvP, watch out. Matthew says, now you could take it off once you're in the duty. I'm assuming you're talking about soul crystals. You can actually not change your job when you're in a duty. Which does mean that if you go into a duty and you have an archer in your group, and they go, whoops, I forgot my soul crystal. The reason they're not equipping it is not because they're a jerk. The reason they're not equipping it is because they can't. Okay, I'm just making sure, Matthew. There might be others that didn't know. But yeah, if anyone lands in such a situation, there's nothing they can do. Like, I mean, they can leave. Which, I mean, I would say that is actually the most reasonable thing they could do. They goofed it. They can choose to force the rest of the group through this, force them to be the jerk and kick you, or you take the fall. You messed up. So you leave. It's only fair. Like, if it's like an A Realm Reborn duty, I would usually not really care. But, higher than that, and then it starts to be a little bit like, bro. Shaq says, Kai streams PvP, half of the community on the other team is hunting for him. That is true. And I am pretty easy to spot. And if they can't spot me, they can just turn on the stream again and be like, oh, he's over there. And that's true, Zyph. And the best you can do is try to report them. That's the best you can do, like, if you run into them. JK says, what's your thoughts on Party Finder proc liars versus this? Dia says you'd have to somehow prove they're lying. That is the problem. Technically, when you join a Party Finder group like that, if they are lying, then you did have an agreement, and in-game agreements are actually upheld by the GMs. As in, that is to say, if someone says that they'll pay you 100, like if they promise you that they'll pay you 100,000 gil if you run them through, I don't know, M1S. If they promised that in-game and they don't pay up, you can report them and they would get punished. But it's really hard to prove that someone is actually lying about their proc. They might legitimately have the proc that they are claiming they have, and they're just having a bad day. And I would say anything that would be actual evidence that they don't have that proc would be third-party tools, right? Rob Gerald says, how do I change the location of the tank enmity gauge? I'm guessing like the tank stance gauge. If you open the layout here, you can grab any element on this, pretty much any element on the screen, including your gauges. You just choose it and grab it and move it. Vivi says, I really wish GMs could just let us know if a report was deemed punishable. I don't need to know exact, just let me know my report wasn't ignored. I have heard some players say that they reported someone and the response they got was, thank you for the report, however, we can't like mete out punishment or something like this. Like, the specific context I heard was someone reporting another player for something they did to a separate third player. And they were told that the third player have to report them themselves. So at least some GMs will actually tell you if the report you sent was not accepted. But the thing is, sometimes the punishment is really mild. Like, technically, like, the lowest point of a report punishment is that they just write down for later that you were a jerk. Which means that if they do it again, they might get another punishment that they've been written down as a jerk. But then at some point, it reaches a breaking point where they're like, they actually get an actual punishment. And essentially, as long as the result of said report wasn't nothing, it's fine that they say, that they'll figure it out from here. Cat says, that's crazy, we can't punish that guy since he didn't bully you. That's also what I thought. I have reported players for like bullying someone else. But I guess the way that I worded it very clearly determined that I was offended that this person was bullying someone else in front of me. I'm not reporting to protect the other person. I'm offended. They were bullying someone in front of my face, right in front of my salad. Nice one, Pikachu. Enjoy the journey. Darth says, that sounds like an I was there versus I heard this from someone. That's possible. It's also possible the reason why such a report was declined in another context was because it was the wording didn't suggest that they were there. Or maybe the wording was so specific that it almost looked more like I'm just reporting because the other guy said I should. And that, that doesn't work either. Perrin says, I would not recommend doing merc parties for on-content extreme mounts. Really luck of the draw to get the money. Yeah, I could imagine. I mean, my recommendation there is just make sure you're paid up front. Yeah, it'll cost you X money per run. And see, the thing is, you can trust yourself. And scammer would think that you would scam them, so if they're on, granted, some people just not trust you, but the thing is, it's very clear if your agreement is, say, that a price for X amount of runs. That's exactly it, Bondi. That's what we were just talking about, is that if you make an agreement in-game and you don't uphold your part of the bargain, they can report you and you will get punished. Which is also why, if you're making such an agreement and they try to bring it out of the game, like they're like, can we talk about this on Discord? Then you just say no. And that's true, Perrin. That's also why I'm like, it has to be X runs for Y money. Because if they, otherwise, you might be there for a really long time. And Shadow says, paying per run seems atrocious when the merc could just play slightly worse to draw it out. I mean, per run would obviously be per clear. That's implied. So the merc would have no benefit in slacking. The faster they finish, the faster, you'll be free to go on with your day. If you had to pay for the wipes too, then, no. That's basically like saying that you're going to wipe, and then you're not a good mercenary, right? Now, we've talked for quite a while. And we have some clips we should also check. So checking the clips that I have tonight, I have clips from Viek, Tristan, Gassel, Shaq, Agent Monica, more Tristan, more Shaq, and Zaf. There's some of them that are quite short. So if you're in the chat, make sure to let me know that you're there. I'm pretty sure I saw Tristan, Gassel, Shaq, Agent Monica, and Zaf. AR versus Eureka weapons, which one do you think is more grindy to get? I don't know. I don't have either. of the relic weapons in that regard. Am I here? Am I here? Does God have a flan for me? That's great, Cat. A flan. A flan. I hope so. Sounds delicious right now. Yeah, exactly. Would be pretty good. Some flan. Right, we could start with Zav's clip. There's some weird lag in M3S. That's always fun, right? Hey, Jonathan. Hope you're doing well. God's Flan is the name of my next deck in Final Fantasy TCG. Hey, Angry Corn. Hope you're doing well. Isn't flan a sort of pudding? Yes, I believe so. I remember like seeing like a really silly like meme that just said that. Does God have a flan for me? It's just it's just so stupid. Ah! The warrior. The knockback was delivered there. Knockback immunity. Warrior does not have knockback immunity. Triple kill! That is dangerous. Why didn't they just use arm's length? Did they forget to arm's length? They also died where the boss was? Oh yeah! They dash in, get smacked out, kill everyone, and now they're over there. Stack partner also died? No, the stack partner's up there. Alive. Ether's been getting nuked with DDoS attacks for the past several days, might be that. Zav is on EU. So I don't think this is that. Oh my, the challenger went down hard. Triple kill, 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 kill. You're right before Brutal Impact. Next we have another short one. Was Shaq here? Shaq is here. Oh, we can check this. Recently we were talking about how to deal with EE1. I believe I think we talked about it on the Extreme Farm last week, which then brought up Shaq's way of paying attention to it, which is somewhat significant because, and you can see here that I'm in this party, I'm over there. I never thought about this before, but it just occurred to me that I'm tank 2. If I was the healer here, I would much prefer if the main tank was tank 1. That is usually easier for me. Oh well. But I'm making the callouts from there, saying where the spot is, but Shaq is usually the backup in case I misinterpret it or I miss it. Like if for whatever reason I'm distracted and don't know what the answer is, then Shaq is usually the one that calls it after me. Or like, you know, acknowledges my call out is correct. Kazuhira Miller. In my opinion, it's not about camera position. It's about focusing your view, so movement is more noticeable. It's actually very easy. It's very easy once you understand it. Obviously, we talked about this. Let's start with Shaq's explanation here. Then I can explain mine again afterwards. There's the rate wide. With the second Wrath of Zeus out of the way, I position my camera so I can see all 4 electrode mines. I kinda do the same on my end. With the mines now on the field, I follow the Witch Gleam sequence as follows. 1 and 2. 1 out. 2 out. Which means that 3 and 4 are the safe spots. Yeah, and from my perspective, like if we just take it again from the top here. Just to explain, I talked about this last week as well, as I said. The way I do this is like I also position my camera. The difference is on my end, I'll have my mouse over here, like between 4 and 1. And you can see this in the streams. Like I have my mouse here. You'll notice that the left side, or the right side from my point of view, the 1 and 4 side, she always hits the first corner twice. She always hits it double. On the opposite end, on 2 and 3, she will always go 1 and then the other. I'm not entirely sure, like, come to think of it, whether she always goes like 2-3-2 or 3-2-3, but the first hit on the left is the same as the second hit on the left. And the first hit on the right is the opposite to the second hit on the right. So technically, the second hit is completely irrelevant. Like, at this point, 1 is hit, so I will immediately conclude that 1 is out, if I see it. Like, if I'm distracted by something, oh, I don't know, something funny in chat. But if I see this... Alright, Metachlorian, enjoy your evening. If I see this, I'll immediately say 1 is out. Because I know that the second step is fully predictable. So I'll put my mouse on 4 to remind myself that 4 is the safe spot. The second hit happens, doesn't tell us anything new. And then the third hit happens, and I would call out 4 and 3 most of the time, because the way I filed it is, like if you say, like if you see it as like a queue, I already knew 4 was safe before we knew anything about this side. So I'll say 4 and 3, and then I might, like, I think Shaq often will say yes, 3 and 4. I might even say 3 and 4 after that. But I'll most likely say 4 and 3 because the way that my system is like basically reversed in that way. So because she gives you the answer to one side in the first hit and she gives the answer to the other side in the third hit, you don't even need to like do some sort of trick so you can focus on the movement on both sides. You can just look at one side and then the other. That is a way to do it. Other people have different ways to do it. That's just a way. But some people might find this handy to know. And as Perrin says, by the same notion as like you knowing that she hits the west side twice, means that the thing she hits last on the west side will be the safe spot. So like you can also just completely like just AFK brain until the last hit. But if you like to like piece it out, it might be easier to do it one step at a time like that. Yeah, exactly. It's like a queuing system. Novice says, but the way written on screen would be the best way if there was no consistency. But there are ultimately very few patterns. That's true. And I'm guessing the reason is that Shaq... Like, the reason why we have this system, this body system, where Shaq makes sure that I got it right, is because in the first many pulls of this mechanic, I would get it wrong. Until I figured out this system. And so Shaq's system is probably assuming that there isn't a consistency. And this, as you said, would work perfectly regardless of whether there's a system or not. But that is good. Thank you, Shaq. Hey, Hound. Hope you're doing well. Parents nowadays are just zone out and follow people. I mean, if you're doing it in Party Finder, then if you hope it works, it might. Who were you just in party with, Hound? A ninja who only used Dotson on bosses and never on groups. Oh, I have it. I got it. I know why. I know what happened. I figured it out. Ninjutsu is a cooldown. So they're saving their cooldowns for bosses. Got it in one. I've seen that. Not with Ninja in that context. I'm a little shocked that a Ninja would do that. But yeah, now, let's see if we can get Shaq some tips. Hey Sally, hope you're doing well. I'm guessing it's you who just woke up. Flop. Shaq. So the other day we did. So usually after the Palace of the Dead streams on Tuesdays, a little later, I'll do a pre-made group for Juno, the Alliance raid, and usually after that, just for the memes, because we have like a full party most of the time, we'll do M4N. It can be pretty amusing when you have a full party of like one tank, one heal, and then just 60 PS going full blast. Like, look at this. It's... Actually, you can't see it. My face is in the way. It's 5 minutes and 40 seconds for this whole video, and it is a clear. And I'm pretty sure we have deaths as well. So it might be amusing to see how quickly you can do this fight. But yeah, Shag is asking for some general samurai advice. Oh look, there's a small dragon there. There's also an elf. And potatoes. And cats. There's actually a lot of cats. There's 3 whole cats. Exactly, Naomi. Better save my 20-second cooldown with 2 charges for the boss. Exactly. Genuinely, some people do that. Save, like... Genuinely, there are people, like, I give it, like... I have more than one video where I point out the common misconception that people will save all cooldowns for the bosses. And I explain why you shouldn't do that, and they'll come with some sort of rebuttal that it usually doesn't make sense, is what I'm getting at. It usually, like, the argument they come with usually assumes something that doesn't happen. Like, it just use your cooldowns, they'll be ready in time, it's fine. Also that, silly, that you can read, like, basically, it's like a Pictomancer holding their motifs because they don't want to draw them again. It's actually very difficult to Yaten off the edge here, shorter than elusive jump. Well, if she's, like, making the line arena, it's actually really easy. We even have a pull timer. So, very... I suppose this is probably an obvious first tip. Although, in fairness, the gap closers here didn't do you any favors. My suggestion here would be... Just... I don't melee DPS that often with a pull timer. But if I was playing a melee DPS that doesn't have a gap closer, or alternatively, its gap closer is not accessible in the opener, I would sprint around here. Just around here. I actually do that when I face pull on the Savage version. I sprint at around 5 seconds, so that I can sprint up to the boss. And I'm pretty sure, like, if you pass, or, like, if you start running at her when it says 2, the probability that you're going to pull her early is incredibly small. It's like, that's like a starting tip there. And the reason why there's a marker is because Kat said we had no markers. So we have a marker. You can use Ikishoten immediately. While you're doing this 1, 2, 3, you could use Ikishoten. You did eventually. Loading. 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 Let's try that one again. So, the Samurai opener is pretty hectic. This is one of those openers where there is obviously an optimal answer. But if you're not like in a Savage context where you just need to nail it and everything, understanding why you're doing things can lead you can get you really far. The things that you want to accomplish in your opener is you want to efficiently get both of your Mexure Shisuis out the door. And you want Ikishoten on cooldown. And you want Higanbana up. The most efficient way to get make your Shisui out, like both of the make your Shisuis out the door, is to do like spend the 3 charges on the first one immediately, just bam, bam, bam. Then you use make your Shisui again. Or you don't even have to use it immediately, like the second one can use charge, but once you've done at least a Tendo Setsugeki, like the initial one, you can go Meikyo, Gekko, Higanbana, and then do the Tsubamegaishi. Because it works like that. And then you could use Oginamikiri. Like, I'm not speaking from like having the open on a second monitor or anything. Like, it's just from what I know is that Oginamikiri can wait. The Kaishi Setsugeki can also wait. But it would be nice to get Higanbana out the door quickly. And Ikishoten should get on cooldown quickly. Make your Shisui is already on cooldown. Yeah, pretty much, Leah. Like, that's basically what I'm getting at, is Gekko, Kashi, Yukikaze, Tendo, Meikyo, Gekko, Higanbana. And then, like, you just work your way through the other stuff. I can only assume my Meikyo timed out before I could get in Yukikaze on the first set. Let's see what happened again. Gekko? Kasha? That is indeed what happened. You hesitated for a moment, but I would also say there's a possibility that your walking over to the boss probably wasted too much time. Like, if you do the opener exactly right, it's a little tight. In hindsight, it's easy for us to then, like, figure out how you should have done it, I suppose. I think, like, at this point, let's be clear here, at this point, the opener's already ruined. It's not, like, the best you can do is try and recover it. What you can do is, you use Gyohu, your step 1, like, start a combo, and Zanjin, like, Zene, Zanjin, like, the 1-minute cooldown, and Zanjin. And but because you use Gyohu, you have the resources to do both, but you should not use Shinten here. You don't have resources to spare for that. You get Zeni on cooldown, and just get Zanjin out the door. Just, like, so you don't have to worry about that. And then just go 1-2. Like, just get that Yukikaze. Like, just fix it in post. Like, the opener's ruined. So let's see if we can fix it. And then you use Tendo, blam. Then you use Meikyo again. Gekko, Higanbana, Ogi. Cat says, am I missing something with gap close in? What do you mean? I NPS first GCD and used the 10 Kenki from that to gap close in. Does NP not spend make your Shisui stacks anymore? It does not. Well, that is an option you could use. However, I would generally recommend just sprinting in. To Cat's thing, generally, and this is actually advice that I give in my guides as well. I believe I bring this up in my tips for Savage from a while ago. If you have a pull timer and you're pulling like for real C's, then as the tank, you don't really want to gap close in, because some of the other jobs in your group might not be able to do that. So usually it's just better to like sprint in or ranged pull. Like if you're face pulling anyway, then it's actually more efficient to keen edge on pull as Gunbreaker, or heavy swing, or fast blade, or hard slash. Well, actually with with Paladin, Holy Spirit obviously, and Dark Knight on Mend turns out to be really good. But for Gunbreaker and Warrior, you kind of want to like run in with your face and just melee. And using your gap closer will actually, on Gunbreaker, will delay keen edge by a moment. And the only reason why that even comes up is because you don't have to. It's just because you don't have to. Samurai doesn't have the gauge to do it, so they would have to use NP. So if you find yourself out of position and behind, you could use NP dash in instead of, you know, just walking up to the enemy. But usually I would say sprint in. I guess that's also something you could do, Jonathan. But in that case, you would probably be closer to the boss than the tank, so you don't need to do the gap close there. But yeah. This state that we've been looking at for a while is basically the rotation is goofed. This is like the weakness of like using Make Your Shisui exactly right, is that if you hesitate, it all breaks. So my advice in this scenario where it's already broken is 1-2 combo, get the combo finisher you didn't get. It's really hard to do that in the moment. Like, I'm sure if I was in this state, I would be like, huh? What happened? I might actually just start doing, you know, Tendo Goken, right? Like, I'll just do the Aijutsu like everything went as it was supposed to. That you could, technically you could also do that. Like, it's probably a colossal DPS loss to do that relative to like getting the Setsugeka right. But it would allow you to continue your opener as if nothing went wrong. Which might be better for you in the moment. Like, just act like nothing happened. And just continue. Now, with that out of the way, we know that the opener's kinda balked. And you did actually do that combo. The main problem being that in your confusion, I think it took you a while to remember Zanjin. That looked quite interesting. Let me just check this again. The reason why I had to check this basically Shaq just like pressed Kasha Shifu. So like, lucky that it wasn't opposite. It was just exactly right. I actually thought that Shifu was used on the first watch. Nope. Yeah. On this one, let me actually check myself here. Yeah, I knew that there would be problems with positionals. There's always problems with positionals in this opening mechanic. Like, you basically need to know the tank to be safe with this. Or to have pre-planned with the tank. The way I usually deal with this mechanic as the tank is that I'll usually face Wicked Thunder sideways. We are an old Charlian in the University Hound. On Ravana Materia. But yeah, I usually face the boss east or west. Ravana Materia, OCE. I usually face it east or west because then it doesn't matter which side the clones are shooting. I can just lean slightly to the side. And the reason why I do that is because positionals are heckin' weird, Lamau. Basically, as far as I understand it, I haven't like done too much research on it, but according to people that might know it better than me, at this frame, you can see that Wicked Thunder's already turning. She has, as far as the game is concerned, already flipped 180 degrees to to follow you as you turn her. Like, the visual of her turning doesn't matter. Positionals will, like, back positionals will fail unless you're standing in the explosives. Which means Shaq has a back positional coming up now. At this moment, as far as I can see, I'm pretty sure I'm using a step 1 combo. Yep, and that's a step 2 combo. Because I don't trust it. I would have used True North if I was on a positional in that moment. Like, that's just... Like, the thing is, from Shaq's point of view, and I know that I'm getting really deep on, like, really minor stuff here right at the start, but from Shaq's point of view, right now is a really good time for Shaq to use True North if Shaq doesn't trust Wicked Thunder's positioning. Especially because Shaq can see right here that the boss is probably getting turned. This is another opportunity to use True North. This is actually the last chance. Unless you weave something else. It's a minor damage loss, right? This is actually something that makes this fight surprisingly difficult. Just in general, to optimize, even on normal. Gap close, perfect. That's perfect enough. You get points from me. Say, yep. Yoki, yep. Oh, NP. Oh. The mouse click NP. Personally, I would have just used Bloodbath and eaten that one. He can banner back up. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Didn't get hit. Yeah, part of the problem is that because the opener was goofed up, there will be problems here. Like, the rotation will be goofed up, whatever you do. Iki Shoten is available. We have a loading moment again, I think. Yeah. Yeah. I know that feeling, though. You do have to just choose to do something. And you have to spend something. You have to Shinsen more, you have to Zanshin. You did get Zanshin. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm pretty sure that Fast Samurai can Higanbana to maintain it exactly right. And I'm pretty sure Shaq plays Fast Samurai. I think. But yeah, just to get like your stuff realigned, it's pretty good idea to just like, if it helps you to refresh your Higanbana early, then do that. Shinsen. Yeah, you can, Leah. Like, the thing is, as far as I know, with Higanbana on Slow Samurai, it has really weird timings to set it up, but it doesn't need to set, like, refresh it early, as it were. Ikishoten is ready again. Here's actually a really weird type of optimization because you have the weakness debuff. Ikishoten would be really nice to get on cooldown. But weakness has 21 seconds left, and I'm pretty sure you'll get more damage out of Oginamikiri and Zanshin if you wait for your weakness to go away, even though it's going to mean that you miss out on all the raid buffs for them. In the same vein, that Tsubame Gaishi, like that Kaishi Setsugeka, unless you get another one, might actually be perfectly fine to hold that one until you'll probably get another one, but you know, hold it as long as you can and see what happens. Who knows? Maybe you'll use MP a bunch. But yeah, like if you have something you can hold, then hold it until after weakness, when weakness is running out. But you should really use Ikishoten exactly on cooldown. Static, meaning Higanbana is always at the same spot in the rotation. Right. We're here already? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's because we have 6 DPS. I think the advice I would give... Sorry. I mean, Shaq was using Tengensu here and there, but my advice is it looks to me like... You might have mentioned this already, Shaq, so I'm not like trying to like bash it into you or something, but to me, it looks like it would help you a lot to practice on a striking dummy a bit. One way to do it is like practice the optimal rotation. That is not a bad idea, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to just practice like basically samurai freestyle, if that makes sense. Just try to like wing it. In fact, it might be better if you do that first freestyle, then practice the optimal rotation, because if you then, like, if you spend like an hour just, maybe that's a little bit much for like a random off job, like just an extra job, but if you spend time practicing the optimal rotation and then have to like deliberately do it differently, it's going to be harder than just winging it and then afterwards going, okay, I have to do it exactly like this way, like just follow the specific strategy. But the reason why I'm giving this advice is because what I'm seeing is that Tengensu is not very high in the priority list of what you need to worry about. I don't know why Leah's so hung up on that one. Higanbana having high uptime would be nice, but I didn't notice it having that much downtime. But what did have downtime was there were several times where you had the panic moment of, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to press. And I feel like that can often be dealt with practice. If you know from practice what you're supposed to do, then there is a possibility that you'll know to press something when things go wrong. Like, it might not be the best thing that you press, but you'll eventually learn what things you can press. Like, I don't think it was this clear, but on a previous week, if it wasn't this one, I was in here as Viper in one of these crazy clears, and my rotation was like just right. And then there was this one point where I pressed reawaken, not realizing that it had been a while since I had refreshed one of my buffs somehow. So I finished the reawaken, and because that was wrong, then, if I remember correctly, I used Vice Winder because, well, the other buff was also running out, so like, might as well get both buffs up. That was actually not the best call, I don't think. I think the reason was that my filler combo was leading up to the damage buff, but it was the speed buff that I needed. So, to get it up the fastest, I used Vice Winder, but I already had 3 coils somehow. So I wasted a coil by doing that. And then I got hit by the laser blast because it was during, I think, 4-fold blast that all this happened. So, like, I did one mistake that just, like, snowballed into, like, me just going blah, 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 down the stairs in mistakes. It was just not a good sign. And the thing is, the reason why everything just, like, fell apart when that happened is because I don't have a lot of practice with that specific scenario where basically everything falls apart. I have a lot of practice with the rest of it. And generally, if you practice your job more, for instance Samurai, you will have experience with the various normal things that can go wrong, so that you have an idea of what to do when something goes slightly wrong. Might be difficult to plan for when you basically goof up everything, but that's a separate story. But yeah, more Tengetsu usage is not a bad idea, and if you didn't have full uptime on Higanbana, that is also something worth working on, but learning what to press so that your GCD is always spinning is a really good starting point. That's true, Leah. I suppose. And yeah, for those that were like, wait, we're already here? Remember, the way that this boss works is that whenever she finishes a sequence of mechanics, before she starts her next set, she'll check her HP. So she's doing a raid wide to finish the clone mechanic. And then she does a tank buster, which I believe is also part of this sequence of mechanics. Now she's below 20%. Next mechanic happens. Next mechanic is this. I believe the checkpoint is 20%, so I'm guessing we nailed it just right. Seeing the GCD uptime now. Yeah, the thing is, what happens is, what you might see is that the things that freeze Shaq's GCD is something weird going on. Like, for instance, being at full gauge, like, Ikishoten is ready. These other things are ready. Like, it's too many things, and you might not be used to dealing with what you need to deal with. Like, what's the priority? And then you just end up doing nothing. And that's something that comes with practice. But other than that, like, I mean, it's not too bad. You still did most of the things you needed to, but there's a lot that can be done better. I hope some of that advice helps, Shaq. Oh, wow. I have a lot of EOS now. And a Celine. Right, I think Tristan said that he bounced. I'd also say that the Viper's a lot easier in that regard. Oh, Tristan is still here. But I've also specifically been practicing more with Viper on positionals. Like, I have mentioned this on stream before, that the big thing that Viper can really optimize on is is making sure they get all of their positionals, and also that they have zero downtime by like ranged attacks. Hey Prakash, hope you're doing well. If you don't know what to press on Viper, just press the glowy button. Yes, do that while you just started a Vicewinder combo. That's totally not going to screw you over. I'm just saying. When you use Vicewinder, it is pretty common that you will have one of your filler combos glowing, Uncoiled Fury glowing, and Reawaken glowing, and Hunter's Coil and Swiftskin's Coil. And if you press anything other than Uncoiled Fury, Hunter's Coil, or Swiftskin's Coil, you screwed up. You lose DPS. True North get used regularly when I do Viper, especially in Vicewinder. That makes sense. That also happens a lot for me. But sometimes I'll also use it on filler combos. Right. Tristan had this clip of something with latency on Juno. Driving snap. What? That is Flare Star. Which has just been cast, I'm pretty sure. There it fired. Even worse, I'm pretty sure the damage appeared a second sooner. I have questions. The first knockback is from over there, right? The first knockback is over there. Yes? And then over there. Okay, that is, at least answers my first question, because I was wondering for a moment why we all ran, why we didn't run over there, because I didn't notice the first knockback was over there when I looked at it first. But now it makes sense that we take like this path. because we need to get over there. What makes it weird though is you like stopping for a moment, but okay, now this makes a little more sense. I didn't say that it made a lot of sense, but it made a little more sense where you went, but what? Are you saying this is this standard for you, Tristan? I mean, this frantic music is perfect for this. Not always. Is there any way that Surecast can be used to alleviate some of this? Like, I'm thinking, that hit happens, and then the second, like, you can't even see it, so like, it's really hard, but I was like, maybe if you used Surecast after the second knockback, but you can't see it. I think Tristan said that this happens specifically in Juno, but not in, like, Savage. Is that right? But are you always lagging like this in alliance raids? Like, not just Juno, but in alliance raids? Just Juno. That's weird. Yeah, I don't even know what to say. That's weird. Hey Alejandro, hope you're doing well. Does I get massive lag on the first pull of Chaotic all the time, not the rest of them though? I mean, that can sometimes be like a case of like needing to load files or something, I'm guessing. But that's still weird. I don't even know what to say to this. Like, that's tough. Would be nice if you had Mana Ward for this, I guess. Nice one, Alejandro. Enjoy. Tokma says, I have a friend for whom Preach just does not say wait for it early enough. Like, she'll start saying the lines after the attack has already gone out. Ah. Well, that's one possible solution, I guess, Bokaj, but that doesn't happen for me. Tristan plays on a PS4, right? Thomas, does your friend play on a PS4? Plays on PC. Maybe a little old PC. I mean, I feel like this still shouldn't happen, but this is weird. Like, they should be checking server side if you get hit by stuff. Oh, like that. Yeah, I suppose that makes sense. There's probably a way they could adjust how this is tracked to make sure you don't just get memed on by this. Leah says it might be an HDD thing. That is strange. Right. We also have a clip from Agent Monica. Is Agent Monica still here? Like, I have one more clip from Milo, and I have a clip from Gazlan, and also one from Viek in case they show up, but just to hop around a bit. If Agent Monica is still here, we can do that. Agent Monica is here. Yeah, indeed, Leah. Hound says, did you get my clip where Solo and Unreal raid? I don't think you sent it. I don't have it. See, Agent Monica says they're in M2 with a few friends with their names. And looking for general advice. And there's also a moment in the fight where Agent Monica actually gets aggro. So we'll have to pay attention to that.
Honestly, I'm gonna say yours.
I could hear there was some voiceover. I suppose I maybe should ask if I should mute that. Opinions, Monica? Let me just get that from the very start here.
Honestly, I'm gonna say yours. The Honeybee Lovely Show has begun.
Speed buff?
Let's put on a lovely show for the audience.
And you... nope. Let me just make sure that I get this exactly right. Right. So I'm just mentioning everything so that we can see, because I already saw there was a discrepancy. Reaving or Steel Fangs doesn't really matter. I would say, given that you want the speed buff first, it is usually, I would say, easier to manage if you do Reaving Fangs, because that means that every time you do Reaving Fangs, it'll be paired with a back positional, and it'll be paired with a Swiftskin Sting. So, like, basically, you will press Reaving Fangs twice in a row every time, and then on the next round, you'll do Steel Fangs twice in a row, because you'll do Steel Fangs Hunter Sting. So usually it's easier to handle if you do Reaving Fangs first. That's, however, like, it doesn't change the damage output. If you press everything correctly, then it doesn't change your damage. So it's just like an observation that it might make it easier for you to handle if you do Reaving Fangs first, because you want to do Swiftskin Sting first. Then after that step, you want to use Serpent's Ire, which you do. Takes a moment. And then you have Swiftskin Sting, which is correct. At this point, the best thing you can do is Vicewinder, according to the optimal opener. Yeah, that's fine, Agent Monica. The reason why I'm getting a little a little strict here on the opener is because usually the opener can give you a lot of pointers at the general thing you're supposed to do. The reason why we do Vicewinder here is both because Vicewinder itself is like an GCD. It's like 500 potency. Like, it's not that impressive. Like, your combo finisher is actually better. But that is actually exactly the reason why you don't want your combo finisher without your damage buff, you could argue. So you should optimally do Vicewinder here. and then Hunter's Coil to get your damage buff running, and then Swiftskin's Coil to finish your Vicewinder combo. The reason why you have to do that is because if you use Reawaken at that moment, that final bit of your Vicewinder combo is just gone, because Reawaken actually breaks the Vicewinder combo. It doesn't break your filler combo, but you should do... Basically, the opener is step 1, Swiftskin Sting. Preferably it's Reaving Fangs for the step 1 because it's slightly easier to maneuver that way. Into a Vicewinder combo, the whole thing doing Hunter's Coil first, which is a flank positional, just for the record. And then you Reawaken, full burst. And right after Ouroboros, you finish your filler combo. Because if you don't, it might fizzle. Like, that might end. Like, this whole thing is rather strict because you start that combo and then you do like Vicewinder and then you do like a whole other thing and then you return to it like 20 seconds later. It has to be finished then, just to be sure that it is done in time. Once you've finished your 1, 2, 3 combo, if you're using a gem draft, which you're not, you could, for slightly more damage, use Uncoiled Furies, but because you're not, that would be a good time to use Vicewinder again. Like, just get that other one on cooldown, and you have 3 coils you can use whenever you want. And I'm just giving this advice before we jump into what's actually happening, so that, like, this general advice is, like, collected at the start. If you have the smallest problems... Your combo finish on the opener 680 potency with positional. I'm pretty sure it's even more than that. Oh, right, in the opener you don't have the extra 100 potency from the Venom. That's true. That is true. Right, the tip. If you have the slightest problems with tracking your resources, I generally recommend sitting on 2 coils instead of 3, because if Serpent's Ire comes off cooldown and you forgot, you can just press it, it's fine, because you have space for it. If you suddenly go, I want to use Vicewinder, you can, because you have space for it, it's fine. By always sitting at 2. That of course also comes with the caveat that every time you hit 3, you have to spend 1. But that gives you more room. Then you can figure out optimizing this a bit later. But that would be my advice. So what actually happens is you finish your combo, Death Rattle, Reawaken, but you don't have your damage buff. So that's not great. That's not great. You did finish the combo correctly. Then you do a filler combo, damage buff. Finish the filler combo, Death Rattle. Vicewinder. It took a moment of hesitation then. Like, it's the same thing as with Shag, is that if you're not entirely sure on your rotation, you might do this thing with hesitating. If you're not sure what the correct answer is, then that's more likely to happen. Now, here, the best thing you can do is Hunter's Coil. And then, double weave. And if memory serves, even on normal, Honey Bee line is wide, but it doesn't actually force you out of melee range. But you will not be able to safely hit her back positional. And Hunter's Coil and Swiftskin's Coil, by the way, the cooldowns are a little bit hidden behind the chat, so it might be a little bit difficult to see. Even with 0 skill speed, you need a latency of like 10 to be able to triple weave on those once you have your speed buff rolling. With a latency of 20, you can't triple weave. So the reason why I'm saying, well, you can't reach the back positional here, as if that's like, well, you can't use True North, is because you can't use True North. If you use Hunter's Coil, you don't have space to weave True North. You could actually, if you can make it, like hypothetically, with a little bit excessive optimization here, but if you could step over here and Swiftskin's Coil, that would actually be better, because you can do the Hunter's Coil from safety. But you did do Hunter's Coil, which is pretty good. Now, your head, now there was a moment of the GCD hanging again. So that is scary. I think you did the wrong finisher there. And you have reawaken, that's fine. You have one, like, the thing is, let's assume that we're not focusing on burst windows, right? We're just trying to do damage. We're just trying to, like, use resources generally well. But even optimally, that reawaken is extra. Even if you play optimally, that one is extra. That is the 1 minute single reawaken. You'd have 2 extra ones for the 2 minute anyway. Uncoiled Fury? Writhing, you did the wrong finisher again.
Yeah.
The wrong finisher again. I won't mention that anymore, but
Don't let yourself get 3 hearts.
yeah.
By the way.
That was a little tactics there. I think you have, yeah, you have 2 Vice Winders again. Ooh, that is very good positioning at least. There's a tank using Hallowed Ground. Yeah, sure. In your mind, I was just mentioning it. Serpent's Eye is available. That should be weaved immediately on cooldown. And also just generally advise, if you ever use Riding Snap while you had a coil, you should have used a coil instead. Like, even if you're like, I actually had that like earmarked for something else, doesn't matter. Every time you use Riding Snap where you could have used Uncoiled Fury, you should have used Uncoiled Fury. Oh yeah, why are you aggroed? Let's take a little step back. This is the moment you got aggro because the main tank died and the off tank is not tanking. Yeah, good luck. Exactly. It's like, is any of the tanks going to provoke? Yeah, I assumed as much, Ancient Monica. I also, like, rewinded to see.
Wait, why am I aggroed?
What you can do in such a situation. There's not much you can do because you're on controller. But, if you're dying, that is when you hit Bloodbath. Even better, like if you're actively tanking like that, I would say that is actually a really good time to hold a Reawaken. Just hold it in your back pocket, because when you need the Bloodbath, oh boy, that's when you hit Bloodbath, Reawaken, and then just like John Madden to heal yourself to survive. Speaking of, the off-tank doesn't really need to have stance on until main tank dies, right? Yes and no. The answer to that, Hound, is if you're like that off-tank and don't provoke when it happens, then yes, you do need to have your tank stance on at all times, because you didn't remember to do it. Like, you didn't actually remember to step up when you had to. So if you're like that, then yes, you do need to have your tank stance on at all times. If you remember to provoke when the other tank dies, then no, you don't actually need to worry about that. You can just, like, wait until things go wrong. There's an interesting sequence of things that just happened. Yeah, well, the spread markers and all that can do that. Where did the other 3 DPS go? To the afterlife. Hound says immediately provoke first. Actually, Hound, it would actually be better if your tank stands up first, before you provoke. That's also what I usually do, Perrin. Tank stands on after the opener. That's usually good enough. Yeah, the reason why I say tank stands first, then provoke, is because provoke will also have its enmity generation multiplied by 10. How did that take out 3 DPS? Well, 2 of the DPS are first timers, but... or second timers, sorry. But one of the living DPS right now, among them, is one of them. There's a little bit of hesitation, but you did get the correct finisher. Wrong finisher. What a heroic scholar. Wait, what did the scholar do? Oh! Right. They assumed that the Reaper wouldn't do it, and they didn't. Oh, man! Ah, almost. Oh yeah, absolutely. If that tower goes through, then everyone with 2 hearts would have been hit instead. So the Scholar would have been hit anyway. But that's fair, Hound. The reason why I'm giving the advice like that is because we just saw a tank where it would have been a problem. And it's actually reasonably common that this becomes a problem. By which I mean, oh boy, you're really close to being the tank. At least the other tank has provoked now, but they're about to die. I'm shocked they didn't use Clemency. Do I remember what I wanted to give advice on? Right. I think. Nope, I forgot. When do you think the Scholar gets raised? That is an excellent question. Is our POV character afraid to walk through the boss hitboxes? I think our POV character is very afraid of everything right now, which is somewhat understandable. There's 1 healer and 1 tank alive. If Monica gets hit by anything, then they'll probably die. Healer LB. Ugh. And I think also that, given what we can see, I don't think the highest priority thing to comment on, of advice, at least on my end, is whether Agent Monica is greeting through telegraphs. I think you're... Oh, you're getting cover! Hey! Oh, wow! The hero tank, they turned it around.
Hey, Elton? Oh.
That was, by the way, the Paladin that forgot to provoke earlier. You know, just some recognition there. That was the Paladin that forgot to provoke earlier. Yeah, exactly, redemption arc. I mean, if we're going to point out when they make a mistake, then we sure have to make sure to point it out when they nail it, right? It's only fair. It's a very long, but by the way, I just want to reiterate, just for the sake of comparison, that the run we had with Shaq earlier, where we had 60 PS on M4N, where not very much went wrong, we killed M4N in under 6 minutes, and this is we're running into the 10th minute now. Like, I'm just saying, the difference between when everything goes just right and when things don't go quite right is a universe apart. And I'm not saying that as some sort of slight on anyone. It's actually just, it's interesting that it goes like this, and it's even more impressive that the group is still, like, surviving. And here comes the tank busters again. Oh boy. Oh dear. One tip for this part is that the spread markers resolve a while after, so just find a safe spot. You tried to do that. I didn't need to mention that tip, but yeah. A general tip is just like find the closest safe spot because the spread markers come second. 6 players and a lot of players in Savage and Peasant slot. That's also true, Cat. That is also true. But I do think when you reach this long, it's not because of the best in slot. I don't even think it's because of the 60 PS. It's because, like, the amount of time that people have been dead or have weakness debuffs adds up. I mean, you almost got it. It's because of the almost permanent brink of death on 2 of the DPS. Yeah, exactly. And also the time they were dead. So, despite everything, if memory serves, Agent Monica didn't die once. Not once. That's has to count for something. Now, some advice. First, the opener in my Viper guide, the level 100 opener, is still up to date. Even though there has been all the noxious Nash stuff that has been removed, the opener is correct. So if you would like to practice that, like, you can see me do it there. The opener is still correct. There will be some action names that are different, but otherwise the opener is correct. You can also, like, look up the opener elsewhere, but that would be a thing you could start, that you could work on Agent Monica. Like, it's not that openers matter that much. It's just that in the content you do, it's just that as a Viper, it's a relatively small thing you can do to improve, like, the start in a fight. Like, it is a small thing that can help. Thank you, Aerodil. Next, I would, based on the kind of mistake you're making, I don't know like how like you actually see the game, like how you actually experience it. Like this might be a huge TV, right? I don't know. But a tip I would give. I don't have that one. A tip I would give. Position, not exactly accurate. But what you might find really handy is something like this. If you set it up so that the buttons hide when you don't have anything on them, you can do something like that in here somewhere. You do this. Then these buttons, like you're on a controller, so it doesn't really matter, but these buttons don't do anything. So you can just use them to look at them. So you can see what is coming up next. And they also work as like a GCD tracker, you can see here. But they will automatically turn into the things that the actions are supposed to turn into, because they're basically just a reference point to these buttons down here. And that way, if you place them like somewhere like here, like there's a huge open space here. If you place something like that here, I realize that you have it over there, but part of the problem is that you're not looking at this. If you were looking at this over here, then you wouldn't be pressing the wrong finisher. You're not looking at this. So put something here. Generally, a lot of people have said that they think just having the combo buttons themselves is more helpful than the gauge. So, like, you could consider doing that. That would help you to keep better track of what the next button you need to press is and what positional it is as well. While you're at it, like if you find out that you like to have such a toolbar, it might be handy to have Vicewinder there as well, because then you can see that Vicewinder's cooldown while you're there. You could even have Uncoiled Fury there. Like you could have Uncoiled Fury there. To like track that one's ready. Although you have a gauge there for that, so you don't need to do that. But specifically the step 1 and 2s, or the filler combos, sorry, those might be really handy to have like somewhere where it's more obvious where they are. And I'm saying that based on the amount of times that you did the wrong finisher, that might help you. Vicewinder is a cooldown that can be interesting to optimize. If you know that you're going to do like 2 reawakens in short order, it can sometimes be handy to have a Vicewinder to like do Vicewinder and set up both of your buffs instead of like having them set up from filler combos. But if you're not worried about that, it's generally a good idea to just use Vicewinder when it's available. Like just get it on cooldown. Which of course can clash a little bit with the Serpent's Eye thing and the Uncoiled Fury thing, but the suggestion of making sure you have 2 coils and that you like spend down to do whenever that happens. Similarly, try to keep Vicewinder on cooldown. Like try to keep it at 0. That like again, you can get fancy with it, but you don't have to. Not with the content you're doing. Like there's other things to focus on at the moment. Like there's other things you can optimize on. So like by simplifying what you need to worry about a little bit, by just going, I'm using Vicewinder if it's available and you're not in the middle of Reawaken, you're not about to use Reawaken, you can just use Vicewinder and get that out of the way. Another tip that is a little bit more like optimization stuff is that. And now I didn't pay too close attention to how the fight finished, and it's not super important, but like generally speaking, optimally, a Viper would really like to finish a fight with as little gauge remaining. So like this one it's not reliable to have it on 0. But if you have a reawaken in the chamber, like I'm guessing that you hit 50 like 2 GCDs ago, so like no chance, right? But like if you have one in the chamber and the boss is dying, let it rip. Similarly, Uncoiled Furies, they have a slightly less priority than Reawaken in this matter, but preferably you finish a fight, like you finish the duty with 0 left, like clean out everything, because Uncoiled Fury is better than Vicewinder and the follow-ups, and Uncoiled Fury is better than your filler combo, so you'd rather not have 2 of them as you finish the fight. So that's also something you can aim for. Now, you did mechanics reasonably well. Like, there were a lot of times... Like, there was a point where you had 4 Vuln stacks where arguably the credit for your survival goes to the tanks and the healers somehow saving you. You did reasonably well. M2N is pretty chaotic. But yeah, like, that's the best advice I can give. I would also say, if you make sure that you open with Reaving Fang Swiftskin's Coil, like, the thing is in the opener, it doesn't actually matter which you start with of Steel Fang and Reaving Fang, but it has to be Swiftskin Sting. If you start with Reaving Fangs, then your first filler combo, which will be split up a bit, because, like, you'll optimally do a full Vicewind and a full Reawaken before you finish it, but the filler combo will be 3 Reaving Fang button presses. So that can be handy too. I believe that leads to 3 Steel Fang presses afterwards, but it might actually be Steel, Steel, Reaving. Not super important, but the point is that by making sure that it becomes Reaving, Reaving Fang, Steel, Steel Fang, it can require a little bit less of your focus to keep track of this. So I hope some of that will help you, Agent Monica. And I wasn't really looking at your teammates. I was focused on you. And the reason why I stopped pointing out the same mistakes is because it doesn't help you to hear me say 30 times that you did the wrong finisher. And it doesn't help you to hear me sit there like, use Vicewinder. You should use Vicewinder. Hey, you know what? Vicewinder would be good. And things like that. Like, that doesn't help. And generally, there were some raid buffs. But, with the chaos, as long as you use your resources, right? But yeah, there's a bunch. I'd say you could probably get a lot of value out of practicing on a striking dummy. If you go to the Stone Sky Sea, I have a video guide on like what the Stone Sky Sea is if you're not sure. It doesn't include where the Dawntrail one is, but it is a quest in Solution 9. And assuming you have done that quest, the NPC should be like there. Like right on this little corner here. You could train on M4S. Like, the important thing is that you practice a striking dummy for 3 minutes, for instance. Because that gives you the opener, the 1 minute, which is like, meh, like whatever on Viper. Then you have the 2 minute if you want to practice that, with like the Serpent's Ire comes back around on that. And then like the finish of like emptying the chamber, spending whatever you have left, and then the fight is over. Like, it's all there by just doing that. And so that's something you could do to practice these things. I did see that Hound mentioned a Paladin question. So align your rotation, you ignore 1 instant Holy Spirit Aura. No. Watch my Paladin guide, Hound. Because for you to have that question, you will have to have not seen my Paladin guide. Basically, the Paladin rotation works on a priority system. 2 priority systems, in fact. The filler priority and the burst priority. The filler priority is basically Atonement, Fast Blade, Riot Blade, Supplication, me try that again. It's Atonement, Fast Blade, Riot Blade, because those are your 3 suckiest GCDs. Then you start eating through your good ones, which is Supplication and Holy Spirit, and then Sepulture. And then you do Royal Authority again. Like, refresh, and then you go Atonement, Fast Blade, Riot Blade. Like, that's the filler one. And the reason why you do that is so that when Fight or Flight comes up, you just hit it, bam! And Imperator, bam! Just right, like, out the door with it, just immediately. And in your burst, it, like, technically you can do the Blades combo whenever you want in it, but if you don't need the ranged portion of it, you could, you know, you could hold it a little bit later. Or rather, you don't, like, if you don't need it, you can just let it rip. If you need it, you can hold it a little bit. But essentially, you just Blades combo while weaving this stuff, and then Goring Blade, and then you do your 3 best fillers, which leads to the burst priority list, which is pretty much the filler priority list in reverse. It doesn't make sense because a lot of these things you can't do in that order, but the priority list for the 3 best fillers is Sepulture, Supplication, and Holy Spirit shares that second place. And then if you don't have either, then it is Atonement, and then Royal Authority. And if for some reason you run out of things and you have more burst filler left, then it's of course Riot Blade and Fast Blade again. The order doesn't make sense, but that is the priority because Riot Blade does more damage than Fast Blade. But if you do the filler correctly, the probability, like the most likely scenario in which Fast Blade and Riot Blade will feature in your burst at all is either A, you did your filler wrong, or B, the boss fight messed you up. Because by the design of the way it works, you shouldn't have a situation where Fast Blade and Riot Blade is the next thing you do if you don't have any of the other goodness, because you've had to work through it, and Royal Authority should be available. Like, if you do the filler correctly, it has to be, there's some sort of anomaly if Fast Blade and Riot Blade features in your burst. But the key is, because of this priority, your filler burst will be different every minute. Which is to say, Paladin's rotation does not loop perfectly. It hasn't really changed much since Endwalker. There's a little bit in the priority list, but broadly speaking, it is unchanged. Paladin's priority list rotation, initially when people, quote-unquote, invented it, wanted to call it the hallowed rotation, because it loops after 7 minutes, which is the cooldown of Hallowed Ground. So it ultimately didn't catch on, because that's an absurd way to refer to a priority list. Well, it loops eventually if you draw it out long enough. You just see like a warrior rotation with all the chaos and that. It's just like, well, if you go for 30 minutes, it eventually loops. But it does technically loop eventually. And go ahead, Agony. You can always write a question. The worst that can happen is that I miss it. What does gauge negative mean in terms of jobs? People keep telling me Reaper is gauge negative. Right. That is a very strange one. It's a little bit comparable to how we call raid buffs mean damage increasing raid buffs, which somehow means that Machinist is a selfish DPS despite having 2 defensive cooldowns. That doesn't make any sense, but we decided that raid buffs are damage buffs only, and defensive cooldowns of the raid are defensive cooldowns. Those are just defensive cooldowns. They can be raid defensive cooldowns, but they're not raid buffs. In the same way that gauge negative is a little bit strange because it comes with some sort of preamble. Monk gets 3 perfect balance in a 2-minute window. always, because it's a cooldown that it just charges naturally. They get 1 on the odd minute and 2 on the even minute because that's the way you can divide. Like, at 60 seconds, you will have charged 1.5 perfect balance. After another 60 seconds, you will charge another 1.5, and that half can't be used, so you get 2 in the 2-minute burst. So Monk alternates between 2 in the opener, 1 in the odd minute, 2 in the even minute, 1 in the odd minute, 2 in the even minute, forever. It is basically, if this was a gauge, it would be perfectly gauge neutral, quote unquote. Hope you're with me so far. We continue. Viper is gauge positive to Reaper's gauge negative. I know it's a little weird that I start with everything but Reaper to explain Reaper, but bear with me. Viper gets 1 burst in the opener, but in a 2-minute window, if they get full uptime, they will generate slightly more than 100 gauge, which is enough for 2 bursts and a bit. Serpent's Eye gives them a 3rd one in a 2-minute window, so they generate a combined 3 and a bit, which means they have 1 for the odd minute and 2 for the even minute. The reason why you don't just use 3 in the even minute is because, well, the raid buffs don't last long enough to spend 3, so there's like a little separate discussion if you're using burst potions that you could technically fit most of 3 into that, but there is something with buffs and stuff that'll time out that makes it really janky for Viper to do that. You don't really want to do that unless you have some skill speed, and you might not have skill speed. Like, it's actually perfectly optimal to not have any skill speed, so bada bing, bada boom, you probably don't want to do that. But point is, you have 3 and a bit, so Viper is gauge positive. From that, you probably already realize what it means that Reaper is gauge negative. It means that in a 2-minute window, they will get 1 plentiful harvest just automatically because Arcane Circle. That's Serpent's Eye. Serpent's Eye right there just gives you 1 on the house. But Reaper will generate slightly less than a combined 50, well, actually, slightly less than a combined 100 Shroud gauge. That is to say, they're not generating like flat 90 Shroud gauge, they're generating 90 Shroud gauge and like, I think like 30 or 40 Soul gauge. Like, they're almost generating 2 full Enshrouds in that time. In fairness, there is some oddity with this because Reapers are somewhat likely to like drift Gluttony a bit for their 2-minute burst at first. Like, that could play in a bit. But genuinely, overall, Reaper I think in a 10-minute window, they will generate... So in a 2-minute window, they should have 3 Enshrouds. And there's, of course, the opener one. We don't count that one. We just ignore that one. You get the one in the opener. But after 10 minutes... you should have had 5 sets of these. So you should have 15 Enshrouds. But the reality is that I believe you get that 15th during the 11th minute. Which means that your 11th minute will just not have an Enshroud. Like, it'll straight up just not have one. Because that's where the missing Enshroud goes, because you're gauge negative. Does that make sense, Agony? I think we can do some more clips. A little bit more. Gazel made this one, I think, after the no tank clear of... the no healer clear of FRU. That's not even no tank clear. That is like mega tank clear. They had 4 tanks. I'm not sure if we're looking for something specific. Oh. It reminds me The duty that happens to come up, I believe, is the second Endwalker trial, which is, if you have not completed Endwalker, it is probably, like, mega spoilers. Exactly, Caffeine. Also, I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I know, guys. It was just the timing of it was that. And you also did put Final Fantasy XIV Healer Strike in the name. So I don't know what your intention is then. Eight healers versus Endwalker 2. Not recommending looking too close at the boss's name. The name! Look at the rest of it! 2 astrologians, 2 scholars, 1 sage, and 3 white mages. Yeah, that's Glorbo. That's correct. It's Glorbo. Also, 17 minutes. Do you wipe? I'm guessing you wipe. But there's the tank buster. How do you do the tank buster? Well, you sacrifice 2 healers. That's how you do it, obviously. I don't know, maybe it's survivable if you like really laid on thick with the scholar shields. How tank buster raise? Next question. Actually, if you're going to like let it rip anyway, you might as well just have 1 die. It also looks like there's several people in the group that that have no idea about this fight. F. I survived the tank. Didn't you just die to it? That does look a little spicy with 6 people alive for stack. And this is also spicy because she seems to be... This is a DPS check. This is a DPS check. Dun 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 dun. 1/3 time left. You're not lagging for res as well. You have 2 healers that are basically down for the count in terms of res. 1 is back up now. Nope, never mind, they're down again. Oh, she's at 80%. Is that early normally? Oh boy. Over 5 minutes have passed and there's 4/5 of the fight left. The big... Yeah. Oh, right. Sage death. Those come back. Oof. And another... Whoa. Yeah, I can see what you mean with the prediction that the damage, the time is because of all the death. Even the healers that are like reasonably healthy are like, some of them are running low on... Well, some of them are running low on MP. We do have a few that are really fine. Yeah, something like that, Agony. But because it's gauge negative, what'll happen is at some point you'll have to skip the filler one. Oh, don't worry, Gleaming. It's normal. It's just normal. Which probably makes it even weirder. I believe it was trial roulette? And the good news, Agony, is if you make sure to use Gluttony on cooldown after the drift on the 2-minute burst, you don't drift it anymore. Because, you know, if you use it correctly again on the next minute, then it'll come up at the appropriate time in your next double enshroud burst. If you have a full pre-made, you can do roulettes with non-standard party comps. Yes, that's correct. Except Alliance Raid. But yeah. Then you can do whatever comp you want. Is it a possibility that Agony is behind in the stream? I imagine if they're not, they'll probably respond relatively quickly about it. You can do non-standard alliance raid if you have 24 players. You cannot... Yes, alliance raid, but not alliance raid roulette. Because the roulette says max 8 players. Fun fact, White Mage is really good. Is a really good tank in healer only comps because they can consistently keep enmity. Yeah, that makes sense if they don't die. They also have Aqua Veil, which I believe is the most compact damage reduction option for single target, which you can just use on themselves alongside Divine Veil. So like, I already have that. I imagine Sage is also really good at it, but the reason being that while you might say, well, White Mage is really good at burst, as neither White Mage nor Sage has, like, anything particularly surprising after that, Sage will catch up after the initial volley. And given they do approximately very close to the same personal DPS, they're both really good at holding aggro if they can get it. I suppose White Mage has the capacity to generate a lot of healing enmity, and Sage is a little worse at that, so White Mage would be better at forcibly taking the enmity if they really want it. But that is an additional factor. That's fair, Sarah. The reason why I'm saying yes, but is because the Gleaming asked about roulettes, which was why I said you couldn't do it with alliance raids. But you're right. If you have a full party find, like if you have full party find, you can do whatever you want in alliance raids. You don't even need full, you just need to make an alliance raid. You can do unsynced. You don't know who's second in enmity? Well, it appears that for a large part of it, it must have been Gazel, just because Gazel didn't die. That is interesting. It is a bit of a shame that most of the tank bosses were dealt with by just throwing someone on the pyre, but it looked like it stabilized eventually. You figured it out. I didn't see Viek tonight. And I'm guessing that Tristan is actually now deeper in his Dungeons and Dragons now, so maybe we'll do this next time. No, Tristan is here. Are there specific highlights you'd like us to see, Tristan? Because it is 28 minutes of judo. I'm still banished. Wow. Hey guys, you wanna play D&D? Yeah, you don't get a turn. You have to sit here. We'll wait for it and the knockbacks on the last boss. Alright. No, I'm in this one. Whoa. Actually, this is pretty interesting to see. Look at this. The duty is already started. Everyone is here. Everyone is supposed to be here. There's like some cabbies. And like people are like appearing now. That's a random bunny. Now Milo's actual party is appearing. And now the enemies are appearing just out of thin air. And now you can see all of the enemies. That's... Oh man, that's not good. You know, I don't know if it's even remotely this bad in Savage. I'm guessing it isn't, but I feel way more justified in always using a ready check once we zone into a duty now, because I just want to reiterate, Milo got into the duty was like, well, everyone's ready, let's go, and Milo can't see anything. It's just blind, hoping it's going the right way, right? I feel a lot more justified in sending a ready check when we zone into things. Maybe consider turning off the showing portrait at the beginning of the instance. I don't think that's it. I really don't think that's it.
Here we go. Wait for it.
Yeah, I think so. She only said it once. Hello?
Wait for it. Is that where you go?
There was the second wait for it, by the way. This wait for it is unrelated. This is 3.
Wait for it.
She just skipped 2 of them. You could see it in the chat at the normal time.
Drop kick to your fat head.
By the way, why Fathead? How can you tell how big the AoE is? Okay, Agony Sword now. No worries. Like I'm sure Agony need like it would not be super helpful to skip over all the talk, right? See, how can you tell how big the AoE is? She will say wait for it the amount of times that matches the size. So she says it once, twice, 3 times. She'll write it in the chat even though the game isn't loading the voice line apparently, as Tristan says. But that's okay, Agony. The important part is that you actually got the answer to the question you had. But she will show this wait for it, and she'll also write it in the chat. There's also the part that when she introduces this mechanic... Yeah, she also waves her hand every time. But when she introduces the mechanic, she will actually stand at the edge of the circle she's going to produce. So you can see right here in the start that this, like... Basically, here... we already know, before she says anything, she's going to do 2 wait for it and hit on the orange circle because she's aligned with that. She will not do that later in the fight, but in the first 2, she'll be this nice and place herself so you can hit her safely.
Wait for it.
You see, then she does it again. Boom. She's standing at the purple line, she's going to do 3. 1, 2, 3. Like she's exactly standing here. The key is she only does this the first 2 times she does this mechanic in the fight. That's like an introductory thing so that you don't get baited. I don't have a fat head. I have a hat. See, I'm over there. You should report her. She's mean to me. I wonder what would happen if you did that. Write a report on Pri. She's mean to me. It's very rare she actually gets to do that 3 times nowadays, isn't it? I don't know, but that is actually a good point. She's saying we're just getting started. She's at 55% HP. If the first one is 2, the next one is 3. Oh, is that always consistent? I didn't actually know that. The blessed power of Altana. Blarg! It almost sounded like... Or rather, didn't sound. It almost felt like some sounds just like cut out. What does she mean by that, by the way? Open her eyes to what? Isn't it? That's actually really ironic, because of the story being that she's the one who's confused, I believe. Wipes don't... that is interesting, and I would probably never realize that. 20%, and she hasn't done the SmackDown wait for it. I feel like the party is ending, to be perfectly honest. You should have done that sooner. Here it comes, see? Does she do 2? 1? Only 1, but she's at the second, so you can see it isn't consistent after the first 2. You're stronger than I dared hope.
I'm not done yet.
It is pretty funny that, sirs, that everyone that I think I've talked to about it, if they know anything about the game, they tend to be like, oh yeah, it's awesome, don't play it. And if you actually pick it up, they're like, I'm sorry for you. You shouldn't have. Right. The other thing was jump to the knockbacks on the final boss, I believe.
I cannot die! Not until I have eradicated you and your kind from this world!
Not until I've eradicated you! By the way, why is he not wearing anything at the start of this fight? It's a little, What? We had a lever in the middle of the fight? I still think... what is happening? What? Alright, if you're on PS4, the way that he does those lines is he just wills them into existence while he doesn't even T-pose, he just idle poses them into existence. That's almost more frightening. And also, yeah, one of the lines were completely off. And there was the raid wide. Oh boy.
Flames of hatred! Oh, how they burn!
Yeah, if we get to see them.
Naught left of man but smoke and ash!
Wow. This is certainly something.
Let the fires ride and rage!
Yeah, so speaking from experience, I procced and cleared the chaotic like this.
Kneel before me! Your demise.
Was it Ceres? Like, now that we're on the subject. Was it Ceres that got blocked from clearing Everkeep? Because they couldn't load in the duty or something like that? And had to upgrade PC to proceed? Was that Ceres?
The darkness within me shall devour you all!
Yeah, the darkness within him will arrive within 3 to 5 business days. That was gleaming. There you go. No, it's not that that was super important. It was more that
Give up your painful
if you're dealing with stuff like this, I can absolutely see how you'd run into a point where it's just like the PC just straight up can't load it.
Your funeral dirge has begun. Its mournful notes say
See, now he's putting on his gear. Before he just had no gear on.
rich is filth. Rich
Like I don't need item levels to beat you. I gotta say, I would be extremely concerned if this was how the game played for me. gear doesn't even reduce the damage he takes. Poor guy got scammed. You know, that unfortunately, mob gear doesn't come with defense on it for whatever reasons. I don't know why, but it just doesn't. So, just get owned now, I guess. Get dabbed on. Or players just have built-in infinite armor penetration for some reason. Which is that good. Like, that's actually the power of the Warrior of Light, is that we have infinite armor penetration. Oh boy. Oh yes, I love it when I have to like move into the animation because it didn't play fast enough.
Justice withstand the brunt of the deepest rancor and wrath.
Yeah, that's understandable. It's actually pretty funny how there are still people that are like, nah, you don't need an SSD, it's fine, just use HDD. But we've started to see more and more games. What happened there? Was that the video cutting or was that me? Didn't happen again on the rewind. Strange. Oh, the thing is, Tristan, if your PC is having a hard time, then it wouldn't be entirely out of the question that it would have a little cut in the recording if well, not your computer, your PC, your PlayStation, sorry. If your machine is having trouble for whatever reason, it wouldn't be surprising that the recording itself would have trouble. But it seems like it was a YouTube thing. It does that sometimes. You've had a video open for a really long time, it has to refresh it for a moment. But yeah, there's more and more games that have started to be in the the hardware requirements say you need an SSD because it's not gonna work otherwise. Is still playable without one. Yeah, I imagine it will be playable without an SSD, at least as long as they say they have PS4 support. Oh, here it comes. Arm's length. 1. Why did that work? The game is so slow that it has to load the concept of a knockback. So by skipping the first one, it works out. That's amazing. That's actually, that was kind of the idea I was thinking of when we looked at the Black Mage one earlier, was could you, block something so that, the correct ones land? And that is, crazy. Kaboom! That is, all I'm saying is, even though you're saying in Savage content it's fine, things load in fast enough, I'm still saying I feel a lot more justified in my preference to send a ready check after zoning in. Like, basically we have the ready check before I queue into the duty on Savage, and then we get in, and then I do a ready check to see everyone is ready. That might seem absolutely obscene and excessive. But imagine someone who's playing the game on a PC that is weaker than Tristan's PlayStation 4. The game might have said, oh, looks like everyone's ready, everyone did the loading screen, and like for them, they can't see anyone yet. So, you know, I think it's a reasonable thing to do. It's not, we're not in that much of a hurry. It is pretty funny. When I put out my tips for Savage video, I did talk about this with like ready checks and pull timers, and there were, I can't remember if it is one person or a few, but there were some that brought up that they felt it was extremely obnoxious to send ready checks after every pull. And that the only time you should send a ready check after that is, I think they mentioned if there was some sort of pause. But I'm just like, it takes you, and if everyone's ready, everyone like 5 seconds to deal with the ready check. And if I start a pull timer and someone isn't ready, yeah, that's a good one, Aradil. Thank you. I think I made one after that with tips for Savage. But yeah, that one too. Thank you. But if I do, like, if I just do a pull time and then I go for it and someone wasn't ready, then we're going to lose a few minutes because we wiped. At least a minute. So the few seconds wasted on that ready check, I would say is worth. There's also the part that in our Savage group, we also usually use the ready check as an indicator to see if anyone has any questions, because some people might be a little too focused up on the opener if they see a pull timer. But also some people are in text, so it might be easier for them to say, hey, wait, I'm not ready, by just clicking no. So like that combination of things means that everyone has a chance to choose whether they want to go again, like when they're ready to go again. It also has this effect that if you just do like a pull timer off rip when you're ready as the main tank, it also gives that situation where everyone else is like, when is he sending it? When is it coming? I have to be ready when he sends it. Whereas if you know that I'm not sending it without a ready check, and usually if I get distracted by something, like I send a ready check and then we talk about something, then I send a new ready check before I do a pull timer, because if I don't do that, then again, when is he sending that pull timer? What is he talking about? Come on! But if I send a ready check before the pull timer comes, it means that you click yes to the ready check, and then you better be ready, and if you're not ready after you click yes to the ready check, I'm gonna make fun of you. Just like people make fun of me if I do something stupid. I think it was when we were proccing M1S that I made the joke of this is a ready check. It's not it's not terms of agreement. You don't just click yes. You actually have to think about this one. I think someone clipped that. I didn't. Yeah, I for some people I probably sent a little too many ready checks. But for others, I'm sure that I sent just the right amount. Ready to zone in? Ready? Yeah, exactly, Cat. Are you ready to rumble? But, wow, we only have the Viek clip left. That has actually been there for a while. Hopefully Viek will be here next time then. But we covered a lot of subjects this time, and we got most of the clips as well. In regards to the thing at the start of the stream, I'll have to look at that. It seemed like it was an audio thing, as Zav mentioned, so I'll have to check on that. I might be able to test that off, like, not live, or at least in private, but I know that it works next time if I try it again. Enox, you just barely caught the end. No such thing as too many ready checks unless your team is literally screaming to go. Yeah, exactly. I think the context is Party Finder. And the thing is, I feel like I would almost feel even more inclined to send ready check, like extra ready checks in Party Finder because I don't know those people. But exactly in Party Finder, there's more of this, I just want to get done with this feeling. But yeah, with that said, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells your algorithm this was an enjoyable stream. It'd like other people to enjoy it as well, so thank you so much in advance. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, Aradil just put a link there in the chat where you'll find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is happening in the coming days. I usually update it Sunday and Monday. For instance, tomorrow I have a video where we talk about, well, the thumbnail says the disrepair of the emerging disrepair of Final Fantasy XIV, but it is about some of the things in Final Fantasy XIV that have kind of been left to rot, or things that can get in the way when the game is trying to be expanded. So it might be interesting. I hope you find it interesting. And you'll also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when I put them out, so you can catch them when they come out. And if you grab the reminder role in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification whenever I post them, as well as an extra one around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second, so you can catch Robo-Kai when something weird happens at the start of the stream. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the stream, or the channel. You can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description. It all helps support me and the channel so that I can focus on stuff like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. And that will be it for me. We're quite over time this time, but we got a lot of stuff done. But good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye!